All right. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to call this meeting to order for the township. So welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our special council meeting of Wednesday, November 26, 2025. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:05. Apologies for the delays, a couple technical difficulties. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge enduring relationships between the Indigenous peoples and the lands that they have, lands that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the connection they have to this land and the water, the sky, and all that live on, in it, above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here. And we thank the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place for thousands and thousands of years and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? And can't help the smart remark, but if none of us have any pecuniary interest in what's going on at the township, we shouldn't be here today. But per the regulations, we don't have to declare that. Anybody for open forum? For those online, there's nobody in the audience, but I have to check anyway. I presume nobody's online for open forum. All right, so then we're going to go straight into staff report on the proposed budget, and I'm going to turn it over to our treasurer and deputy treasurer and to sit back and be informed. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. Through you to members of council, today we continue our 2026 budget deliberations and we'll focus our attention on the township's updated budget for 2026, including proposed service enhancements. Next slide. So today's agenda provides a full overview of the 2026 proposed budget. We'll begin with the updated consolidated budget, which now reflects additional provincial funding and results in a lower base levy. I'll also walk through the revised district levy and explain how those changes affect the blended tax rate. We'll look at the township's historical tax increases and how they align with our ongoing capital investment needs, followed by comparison to other municipalities within Muskoka. From there, we'll break down the overall budget, including property classes and how municipal tax dollars are allocated. I'll provide a brief refresher on our current debt position and future debt considerations. We'll then review the results of the budget survey and move into the consolidated base budget, service enhancements, and the capital program. After going through the full presentation, we'll return to each section's motion and take questions from council before any items are voted on. Next slide, please. Before we move on to today's agenda, I just wanted to take a quick look at the budget timeline and where we are today. Even though the budget was officially tabled on November 3rd, staff have been working on it since the summer. Our senior management team has gone through it line by line to ensure every detail is reviewed and covered. Earlier this month, we held sessions for council to dig a little deeper, either one-on-one or virtually, so everyone could get a better understanding of the items and the requests for 2026. On November 25th, which was just yesterday, we had our agencies, boards, and committees meeting, and where they had the opportunity to present, so that included the library as well as the SSEA. Council will vote on their requests later on today as part of the service enhancements. And so that brings us to today, a full day of budget deliberations. The goal is to work through everything so that by December 1st, staff can bring forward a final budget and a bylaw for council to approve. Next slide, please. On November 3rd, staff proposed an operating base budget that was set to see a tax increase in the amount of $424,580 and a capital increase of $324,846. This resulted in an overall tax levy increase, a base levy increase of 7.36%. Next slide. After the release of the 2026 staff proposed budget, staff were informed of additional OMPF funding, which is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which became available for 2026. This new funding reduces the base budget and capital levy increase by $84,700 or 1.06%, lowering the overall tax impact from 7.36 to 6.30%. Next slide, please. Apologies. The District of Muskoka updated their budget as well since we had last presented. And here's what that means for our taxes. Their general municipal services levy is going up by 3.54%. The local share and healthcare facilities levy is increasing by 0.32%. And the solid management waste levy is going down by 11.92%. Overall, the increases for general tax-supported services are lower than what was originally projected, and the solid waste levy is dropping significantly in 2026, specifically for the Township of Georgian Bay, and that's due to the closure of the remote bin sites in 2025, and that's something that was not originally accounted for by the district in its original budget. Next slide, please. So on November 3rd, staff estimated a 3.93% increase to the district levy, which was originally presented as part of their multi-year budget. Due to the significant decrease in waste management services, the district's levy increase for the Township of Georgian Bay is now estimated at 0.83%, resulting in an overall blended tax increase for 2026 of 2.56%, or $118.92 for a residential property assessed at $538,000. Next slide, please. When we combine all the changes, the district and the township, it works out to about $22.11 per $100,000 of assessment. Next slide. This slide gives us a look at the tax increases from 2018 to 2026. You might notice 2021, there was actually a drop, and that was likely due to the pandemic. Many municipalities, including us, eased taxes to help residents cope. But while it provided short-term relief, the cost of providing services didn't go down. And that pause in taxes shifted the burden into future years, which compounded over time. Meanwhile, communities kept growing and inflation was higher than ever before. Then in 2023 and 2024, we saw larger increases, and the main driver being our asset management plan, a mandatory program that helps municipalities address their infrastructure gap. Over the past few years, Council has made significant investments in capital projects to keep up with the aging infrastructure and ensuring residents continue to receive reliable services. Looking at this history, you can see how past decisions, external pressures, and necessary investments all come together to shape our current tax picture. Next slide, please. This slide looks at the draft tax increases with our neighboring municipalities based on the latest information that I've received from our district treasurers group. Looking at the full picture, you can see that the Township of Georgian Bay falls right in the middle of our surrounding communities. We're neither the lowest nor are we the highest, but we're positioned squarely among our peers. So what does this mean? It shows that this is a challenging budget year for many municipalities. Across region, councils are grappling with rising costs in areas like staffing, infrastructure, and essential services. Inflationary pressures, higher fuel and material costs, and ongoing service demands are creating upward pressure on taxes everywhere. For Georgian Bay, landing in the middle suggests that we're managing these pressures responsibly. We're balancing the need to maintain services with the impact on the taxpayers. It also reflects the reality that municipal budgets are under strain, and making careful strategic decisions is more important now than ever. Next slide, please. It's important to highlight how much tax bases can vary from one municipality to another. While we may share similarities, each municipality is unique, which makes it difficult to make those direct comparisons. This slide illustrates that Georgian Bay's tax base is typically about half the size of our neighboring municipalities. What that means for us is that even small changes in costs or service demands can have a larger impact on our tax rate compared to larger municipalities with a larger tax base. So when you see our proposed increase, it's not just a number, it reflects the reality of managing a smaller tax base while still delivering essential services and maintaining infrastructure. It reinforces the need for careful financial planning and strategic decision-making to ensure we continue to serve our community effectively. Next slide, please. This also highlights an important point. The impact of a 1% tax increase varies greatly from municipality to municipality. For example, a 1% increase in Georgian Bay generates about $96,000, whereas that same 1% in Huntsville brings in $253,000, and in Muskoka Lakes, about $193,000. So the key takeaway is that comparing municipalities based purely on percentage increases can be misleading. A 1% increase here doesn't carry the same weight as a 1% increase elsewhere. It really underscores how our smaller tax base affects the scale and impact of tax changes within Georgian Bay. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the township's assessment base broken down into property classes. When determining fiscal strength of municipality and the basis upon which to raise taxes, assessment growth, the richness of the assessment base, and the assessment composition are all important indicators to consider. Assessment composition provides an understanding of the mix of assessment by outlining the amount of reliance placed on residential versus non-residential. Georgian Bay's residential assessment is highly reliant on residential and multi-residential assessment, as outlined on the table before you. Over-reliance on residential assessment can affect the affordability and therefore increases the burden on our residential taxes. Next slide, please. The residential property tax bill in the Township of Georgian Bay is comprised of three main areas, including the district, the Township of Georgian Bay, and the education and school boards. The Township of Georgian Bay collects property taxes from its residents on behalf of these parties. So for every dollar the township collects in property taxes, 35 cents is retained by the township. Next slide, please. The township's consolidated expenses total about $20 million, which includes both operating and capital costs. This slide shows how we allocate the 35 cents we retain from every tax dollar collected. The largest portion goes to salaries, benefits, and training at 16 cents, followed by service delivery and operations at 9 cents, and capital investments at 7 cents. What this really shows is that the majority of our tax dollars are going directly towards maintaining services and supporting the people who deliver them, while also investing in infrastructure and community programs. It's a clear picture of how taxpayer dollars are prioritized to keep the township running effectively. Next slide, please. This slide looks at our expenses from a different perspective, so more from a departmental perspective. The largest portions go to general government and operations, which includes roads and fleet, reflecting where most of our resources are focused. What this really shows us is that the majority of our resources are directed towards keeping the township running day to day, maintaining its essential infrastructure and supporting critical services, while smaller amounts fund other important community initiatives. So next we'll go on to our debt. I just want to provide just a quick refresher on our debt. Next slide. So debt is considered a standard practice in most municipalities for long-term capital projects and allows the cost of larger projects to be spread across future years. In 2026, the Township of Georgian Bay is projected to have outstanding debt of approximately $1.4 million. According to the Municipal Act, municipalities are permitted to incur debt specifically for significant capital expenditures, such as the purchase of infrastructure, land, or facilities that contribute to the long-term community development. However, any debt incurred must be carefully managed, as day-to-day operational expenses of the municipality must be funded through regular revenue sources, such as taxes and user fees. This ensures the municipality remains financially stable. Next slide, please. Existing debt capacity has set by the provincial government allows municipalities to borrow up to 25% of their own net revenues. The 2025 annual debt repayment limit, which is ARL, is based on the 2023 financial statements. So our FIR, which is something we submit to the ministry. This slide illustrates that the township has room available to it should it be required in order to issue new debt. Our available debt capacity is at around 89%, and we've only used up about 11%. So based on this chart, the township does have flexibility as it relates to our debt capacity. Next slide. While current plans show the township debt-free by 2038, updates to our asset management plan have made it clear that some additional debt will be needed to maintain and improve our infrastructure. Next slide, please. So this slide I presented on November 3rd as well, but I just wanted to elaborate on it a little further as it reflects our efforts to balance important infrastructure investment with long-term financial sustainability. Over the next several years, major capital projects will continue and will reduce our service levels. By 2028, reserve spending is projected to exceed $8.8 million, creating a negative balance from 2028 through to 2033. This shows that large projects could nearly deplete our reserves, meaning we'll either need to defer some capital projects to future years or consider taking on some debt financing. However, 2026 is the first year where we're not only funding those capital projects, but we're also contributing additional funds to reserves to gradually rebuild them over time and ensure that we have enough set aside to do the projects that we have planned. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates what new debt could look like if the township were to borrow today, assuming a 4% rate over 20 years. It helps illustrate the potential financial impact and how borrowing decisions could affect both the township and our residents over time. To put it into perspective, if a 1% tax levy equals about $100,000, the first year of repayment for principal and interest would effectively result in a net levy increase of just over 8%. This is obviously assuming we are debenturing the full $8 million today. And so as a result, I do believe it would be prudent to defer some projects or consider phasing them in over time. We would obviously need to consider a repayment schedule, which could extend greater than 20 years, but that would obviously reduce the impact annually, however, would increase the amount of interest paid over time. Next slide. So back in July of 2025, the township launched a public budget survey to give residents a chance to share their priorities and help guide decisions on services as well as investments. We received a total of 149 responses, with roughly half from full-time residents and half from seasonal residents. The survey highlighted the top priorities for our community, which are roads, fire services, and winter maintenance. I think this budget and prior budgets have aligned to this survey. It shows that we do spend the majority of the township spending is within the operational departments. Next slide. So now we're just going to get into our consolidated budget, where I just want to go over kind of process and highlight the motions that we will be looking at, and then we'll turn it over to council. So this slide provides an up-to-date snapshot of the township's budget, resulting in a base levy increase of 6.30%, or a levy requirement of $664,726. Next slide. This resolution will need to be considered after council decides on the services provided by the SSEA. Currently, this resolution includes $97,225 of core services that are currently provided by the SSEA. If council were to eliminate those, the base levy would decrease to 5.22% from 6.30%, and operating expenditures would total $14,570,065. Next slide, please. This provides a high-level list of the township's proposed service enhancements and their impact on the 2026 budget, which is an additional 3.43% if they were all approved. Of the 7 service enhancements, 4 pertain to staffing positions. After council reviews the SSCA motion and then the base budget motion, staff will introduce each service enhancement separately and council will vote on each individually. Next slide, please. And this is just a copy of the resolution to give council a heads up of what we will be voting on. Next slide. Increases to agencies, boards, and committees have been included as service enhancements, regardless of the increase or impact. The proposed impact on the 2026 budget would be an additional 0.34% as a result of salary and benefit increases from the library and general operating increases from the SSEA. If council does not wish to proceed with core services provided by the SSEA, the base budget would still include expenses related to the Sustainable Severn Sound project. And the service enhancement would then be reduced to $395,000 rather than the $2,295 that you're seeing today. That would result in an overall increase of 0.32% rather than 0.34%. However, in addition to these requests, council is being tasked with providing direction with regards to the library's funding request, which presents options requiring up to $1 million for capital purchases. Next slide, please. So this slide will look at specifically the library as well as the SSEA. That last paragraph will be the very first item that staff are requesting council to review before we move on to our base budget. Next slide. This slide represents the funding request provided by the library, which captures the capital request for potential portables for 2026. Okay, next slide. Moving on to capital. The township's 2026 capital budget is comprised of gross capital expenditures in the amount of $5.2 million. $3.5 million of them are new requests for 2026, and $1.3 million are carried forward projects from 2025. The majority of capital project spending is within the roads and fleet area, totaling approximately $2.7 million. And facilities and GHG emissions has requested investments of $1.5 million. The majority of these projects are being funded by the capital tax levy as well as reserves, reserve funds, and grants. Next slide, please. Here we look at some of the major capital initiatives that the township will be working on within the next year. As we wrap up the operating budget, we will move into the capital budget, where council is welcome to ask questions or request additional details on any capital initiatives provided for within the budget book. And that's before we conclude by voting on the capital budget. This just provides the motion for council to be voting on. And the last slide is the final tax levy increase, or the resolution that we'd be moving forward to for December 1st. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you put into this and your ability to sort of consolidate it into this relatively succinct report. So I'm impressed by all that. So now it's up to council to discuss this matter, and I believe the first item on the list of items that you want us to discuss is the SSEA situation. And council, I'm going to tell you my take on that, and then we'll see. I believe that we should not make a final decision on the SSEA today, simply because we know that next week they're going to get a report that on their funding model and structure, and that was a report that we, amongst one or two other municipalities, requested SSEA to do, and I think would be premature on us to make a decision on SSEA today. And I'm hesitant to get into any lengthy discussion about it today, simply because I would argue the discussion won't be fully informed. And I don't want to presuppose what final decision council will make on that until we have all the information. I mean, we all are individually free to guess, but I think it would be wise of us to postpone that. And what I'm going to suggest is that we continue our discussions on all the other items in the budget and hopefully conclude on most of them, and then leave it that we'll put, and I'll call it $100,000 because I'm just rounding for this. Have $100,000 in, call it on hold until we actually have a full discussion on SSEA and whether or not we want to fund that. And the SSEA will, if we choose to fund the SSEA following the report, I mean, you have it costed in that 6.3% that you're showing now for base includes roughly 100,000 for SSEA. If we make the decision next month at some point, or maybe even in January, to pull that, we in effect would be reducing our tax rate by 1%. So, Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I think that we want to balance what you have said off with the fact that we have embarked on a robust water quality monitoring program at a sizable cost. And when we look at what SSEA could do versus what we can do with this program, I would suggest that there's going to be an enormous amount of potential overlap. And when we look at what are we doing for our residents, specifically the things that we will be doing in the water quality program that is a Township of Georgian Bay program, will be far more focused on and inclusive of the rest of the township than what SSEA has done or could do. So I think we want to balance that understanding with some of the comments that you've made, because I think you've skewed things a little bit in the favor of an SSEA. Let's not throw them out yet, but in fairness, we've already invested heavily in building a new program, and we are in the process of launching it, and I think that needs to be front and center in our minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Predko because I think he was ahead of me.
Well, I guess on my screen he disappeared and then he came back, so I apologize to both of you. But we'll go to Councillor Predko, then Councillor Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to reiterate, I guess, kind of the combination of the two statements and sentiments provided both by Councillors Hazelton and from the Mayor. I do think that we don't have enough information to terminate a relationship with the SSEA. We really just have an information void right now. I would hope that the SSEA will come back to us and maybe make a delegation to us to again reiterate the value that they can provide beyond the water quality testing that we're embarking on ourselves, and what that dollar value will be for the services that they provide that we may be able to take advantage of. But my only other observation is we don't have any council meetings in January, so if SSEA does come to a conclusion on the funding model, we would maybe need to have a special meeting of council to accommodate that, to make the deadlines that I think our Director of Finance is looking forward to.
I would propose that once we get whatever information SSEA is willing to provide, I would call a meeting to discuss that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, I don't know how on my screen you keep moving. How this is going on, I have no idea. But I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, then Councillor Jarvis. This technology is a miracle.
Councillor Jarvis is always pushy, you know. He gets in front of me and I can't help it.
Well, this time he didn't succeed.
Well, only because of you, Mayor. Anyway, just a couple of comments. And one is that, well, I'd be interested to hear what SSEA has to say. We've already given them notice that we voted on this. Did we not?
Yes, we gave them notice more than a year ago.
So are we backing off that for some reason?
I think it was clearly understood at the time that we gave them notice because of the requirement of their structure, but we also gave them the option to plead their case, if I can use that phrase. And I had been very hopeful that that pleading would have come in a few months ago, but as it has not. But anyway, we are where we are right now, and I'm going to suggest that until we have full information from them, that we don't fully debate that item.
All right. Thank you for that. I did sort of have the understanding that we've said thanks, but no thanks. And then we've waited a year. That's also an indication of lack of responsiveness, to be quite honest. Not good.
Yes.
And so I would make that comment, but I just wanted to also say when it comes to this matter and other budget issues, I just wanted to say a couple of things, if I may, Mayor.
You may.
And I'm not trying to lecture. I'm trying to remind us of our responsibility as councillors. You know, on a personal level, we always have to live within our own means. We have many of us have limited budgets, and I think that's important to remember for all of our constituents, our 5,500. Well, we've got 20,000 constituents but 5,500 residences, and you know, I think that's a critical point. We don't have, in a way, we have a blank check, so we can say whatever number we want and tax people for it, but we shouldn't think of it in those terms. I think we need to remember we need to be responsible to our constituents. And while these are lovely things, all of them that we do, we've got to think about fiscal responsibility. And I'm not sure that the money that we're spending on SSEA, or frankly a number of different things, are within the means of our residents, and that we need to remember. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. And now for the first, Councillor Jarvis.
It's nice. Technology allows me to turn my mic off and say things quietly that nobody else can hear, which is probably a good thing at times. And notwithstanding Councillor Cooper's comments, I just have one thing to ask, and that is the severance sound amount is basically something we're paying no matter what here, correct? Am I correct on this? Or can we vote on that amount separate from the SSEA?
Yeah, the severance sound, sustainable severance sound, $13,000 roughly, $13,000 in a pinch. That's a separate item from the SSEA, I'll call it core budget.
Yeah, I wanted to be sure of that. But I am ultimately in agreement that we should be waiting. And just for clarification, my understanding when we voted on our deal with the SSEA, it was because it's the only way we could handle that in that situation. We had to give years notice, and my understanding was that it was conditional on them coming back with a revised funding model if they could come up with one. Though I agree with Councillor Cooper, they certainly have taken their time doing it. But that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. My thoughts on the SSEA funding is a little bit different than my fellow councillors. SSEA, a small part of SSEA is water quality testing, very small part. And unfortunately, it was not, it wasn't in yesterday's presentation, let's put it that way. They do gain a lot of provincial funding, which helps offset the cost to the municipalities. And we are part of a network, a part of many municipalities that work together on things other than water quality. I mean, they work on invasive species, they work on species at risk, they work on things like crayfish that don't belong here. There's a lot of things they do outside of water quality. And with working with other agencies, the Muskoka Watershed, working together with different agencies to come up with new avenues in which they can help the municipalities. So I think we have to wait for this report. Hopefully, we get a little more information about their value, but I don't want to put this thing to bed today. I really want to wait, as the mayor had indicated, and I think that's the best policy for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we can readily conclude that different councillors have different levels of concern, can I put it that way, with regards to the SSEA. Treasurer Radigan, what is the easiest way for us, with all the work you have to do, to postpone this decision, hopefully only for a few more weeks, but what is the easiest way for us to do that from your perspective?
Thank you to you, Mayor Coutier. In all honesty, we could leave it in and we can remove it when and if we do meet in January. But ultimately, it's really whether it doesn't make an impact on my perspective. We can leave it in and show the 6.30% with a note stating that it's not final. Or you can take it out and we could start with the 5.22%. So ultimately, it's really up to council how they'd like to see it.
Okay. Well, in theory, this is my budget. I hate that term. But let's leave it in for now and let's make our decision on it when we get the updated information from SSEA. Okay, thank you. What do you want us to talk about next? I'm letting, oh, sorry, Councillor Bocek. Okay.
Thank you. Being that it would be put into the budget now, and that if the decision by council was not to move forward with this, would that allotted money come out of the budget, or would it be transferred into reserve funds or put to another area? That's really the base of my question.
Thank you through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Bocek. That really is dependent on council. If you would like to see a tax levy decrease, we could take it entirely out of the budget. If you're comfortable with the 6.3% base, we would leave it in the budget with a notion to transfer it to reserves.
CEO Mariotti, and then Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coutier. Good morning, council. I would have to, in terms of timing, I would have to check the agreement to make sure that if the discussion happens in January, well, actually, no, my apologies. It doesn't matter because we've actually issued notice. So irrespective, the discussion would have to be before the new year.
To confirm notice or withdraw. Basically.
Correct, because
yeah, okay.
because it's currently we've given notice and it takes effect the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I think we probably should have a resolution stating that if we're going to leave it in the budget, that it requires council approval to renew it. I don't want to have any accidental renewals taking place just because it's sitting in a budget. I think this needs to be, it was a very conscious decision by council to cancel the project. If you're going to leave it in the budget from a number standpoint, that's not a number that is approved for spending. That is only a budget number that is earmarked that should require council to reapprove before that money is finally allocated. So no action can be taken without council approval.
I agree 100%.
So we craft a resolution. We don't have to do it right this second, but I think we need to craft that resolution and approve it today.
Okay. Let's make that part of the motion that we will confirm that council will decide let me call it the end purpose or the whatever the right word is. What will happen to that 100,000? Because as was we could spend it on SSEA, we could spend it on something else or put it in reserves, or we could just reduce our tax rate by 1%. Those are roughly the three options. And I want council as a whole to make that decision, not a default decision as Councillor Hazelton has also said he would hate to see it a default decision. And I think that's perfectly correct and fair. All right. So I'm Director Radigan, do you want us now to just concentrate on the rest of the base budget?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, that would be great.
Okay.
I do believe that I have forwarded a motion to our clerk, which does include it, but adds some additional caveats with regards to the SSEA.
Okay. So now we're broadening the discussion to the base budget, and I'm going to start with Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. So, Director Radigan, could you please help me understand on page 6 of your new report, that 36-page report, where you're talking about the 2026 District of Muskoka updated, and you've got an 11.92% solid waste management reduction. Given that that is only applied, as I heard you say, because of the bin removals for the water access properties on the bay, how are you going to ensure that that savings is accrued only to these Georgian Bay water access properties, because that's where the saving has come from, as I understand it from you?
I'm going to respond to that, saying that that is actually a district decision, not a township decision, because it's built into the fee, if it will, or the taxes that the district is charging us. And I will further state that while we got this decrease, the point has been made very clearly at district that the expectation in our township is that we will be looking for 2027 a method, a way of allocating the solid waste levy to those who receive benefits versus those who do not.
Why 2027? What's wrong with 2026? I mean, all of our residents, like almost half the township, 40% of the township, are going to be screaming at us, all of us, if this isn't accruing to them immediately. The bins are gone. Everybody knows the bins are gone, and the complaints are flying in right now. And we have a resolution that was tabled back and approved back in August to accomplish this.
I would think, Councillor Hazelton, you've been involved in municipal politics long enough to know that, unfortunately, and I'm not defending all those when I say unfortunately, patience is sometimes required. And the district understands very clearly that we're not satisfied with the current structure. But that doesn't mean we have not yet received from them. And district, by the way, this will come up again, and then I think it's 2 weeks from now. I can't remember when the district's next meeting on the budget. This will come up again, but they have we've talked about a bag tag approach to it. We've talked about 2 different classes of residents. But unfortunately, it's not an overnight system to create.
Well, here we are 6 years beyond when they started this process, and I think we've been pretty patient, and here we are, no forward progress. We're just words. It's very frustrating. Well, I'm going to park that idea for a second. I just wanted to highlight on the slide that we've got in front of us. Let's look at the line for Georgian Bay and observe that of the non-urban communities, I'm kind of repeating a Councillor Cooper theme here, of the non-urban communities, we are the highest tax rate historically and current. And it's almost double that of, or it's more than double that of Muskoka Lakes. So when I hear Councillor Cooper comment that we are out of control on our tax base, we are comparative to non-urban communities, and yet look at our numbers. It's out of control.
I will
Thank you.
remind you, Councillor Hazelton, that the assessment of Muskoka Lakes is hugely higher than ours. And therefore, their rate, well, it may be so much per $100,000 or however it was expressed in that chart. Don't forget their properties are worth significantly more than ours, and therefore each resident is paying probably an equivalent amount for their services as we are.
Well, you could say that about Muskoka Lakes. Lake of Bays is a little bit less than that. We're still almost double Lake of Bays. The point is, the numbers are very illuminating as to the problem that we've got in our township. We are very, very cost heavy. And when I hear Councillor Cooper and the gentleman from Cogmachine who wrote a letter for all of us to look at, I think that these are very serious things that we need to take into consideration as we look at this budget. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And just for clarification, is this the point in time when we can ask questions about what has been given to us thus far? Because if we move beyond this, I may lose my train of thought.
We're talking about the base budget.
Okay, great. Then my question is to our Director of Finance. If we go back to page 18, to the MAC-tier storm sewer system, I believe there was a figure of about 1.3 million in around there. And is that a carry? I'll wait till you get to it. There we are, 1,092,000. Is that a carry forward cost? I believe back 4 or 5 years ago, the storm sewer work was done, and the township, from my understanding, took a debenture of about $2 million, somewhere up there, to complete. So is this the amount that is still outstanding? So there's no new work. This is just a carry forward.
That's correct. That's just our outstanding debt as we slowly pay it off.
Okay.
Yep.
That's my first question. Second question is on page 20, and this is just me not understanding finance or even balancing my home budget. In there we have the 2 fire stations, and I believe those 2 fire stations are probably MacTier and Honey Harbor. And we have in there $3-some-odd million. That's not in this budget. That's going to be a future. Oh, okay. So that's just preparing us on what we need to do going forward. Okay.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Bochek, that's correct. Page 20 just identifies our existing debt, which will be paid off by 2038. If we do choose to take on more debt, both of the fire stations at this point are excluded from our debt. But I did bring forward that one slide that showed how much it would potentially cost if we were to take out debt for both stations all at once. So I believe both of them are at about 4.2 million each. So the idea would be to either defer one project or consider relooking at how we plan on moving forward with both fire stations.
I look forward to that conversation. Thirdly, I think on page 34, there was an amount in the chart for council. That was about $30,000, I believe. My question is, does that include, say, the cost of the indemnification that was put in lately? Does it include the health and the health plan? Is that all encompassed in that council cost, or is it separate items?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Bochek. So that includes a list of items that will come back as part of our service enhancements, and our clerk will be presenting that. There was a page in the budget book which we can outline that identifies exactly what that 31,000 is made up of, but it does include additional healthcare spending plan of $1,000 for each members of council. I can't recall if it includes the indemnification, but I can turn that over to the clerk if she'd like. We do have indemnification amounts set aside in reserves for council, and that is once per term, and that has remained at the amount that was originally set aside, which I believe was $7,000 per member of council.
Right. Actually, the rest of my questions were about SSCA, so that's it for now. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one thing just about process, I do want to make a comment, but or ask a question, but I would find it more beneficial if we could, instead of sort of going through this willy-nilly, page 6, page 22, all over the place, could we not work our way through the budget in sort of a sequence? Otherwise, I have a feeling we're going to miss a fair bit of discussion, which I think is useful not only to us, but anybody who would like to watch this video or is watching this video to walk through that. So it's a suggestion to you, Mayor, and then I do have a question about one of the pages.
The intention was to talk about the base budget. Councillor Bochek brought in a question about the service enhancements and about the capital debt. He was getting a little ahead of ourselves.
That's lovely, but all I'm suggesting is maybe we can work our way through sections of this as opposed to, you know, all over the place. So that was my suggestion. But if, speaking of going to a page 6 again, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I think need to be clarified. So there was some commentary about the various taxes in our neighbors in the district of Muskoka, which is interesting, although we're the only municipality that I would describe as being somewhat like us is Lake Bays. It's rural, it's waterfront, 80% of their population is seasonal. Ours is 83, something like that. So there's some real similarities. However, Lake Bays decided to have a different solid waste management program than the one we have. They go to transfer stations, I think 3 of them, and it's very inexpensive. That's one of the reasons their taxes are quite a bit lower, but there are other reasons. Obviously, they're not spending the way we are. And so, you know, we can say that, you know, the values in Muskoka Lakes are higher. They're not higher in Lake Bays. Ours are very similar. So we probably have the opportunity for similar revenues, but we're spending a lot more. And Lake Bays, by the way, made the decision, not the district, made the decision for the type of solid waste services that they have. And we have that opportunity too. If you go to the Municipal Act, it says collection can and may be a single tier or lower tier responsibility. It's the district's job to provide, I'll call it a dump, but we are allowed to run collection. It says right in the Municipal Act under MMAH. So I just wanted to reinforce that. And finally wanted to say, relative to the stats that we saw on page 6, I think it's important to understand that we have neighboring townships that are providing services to our residents, and we're not paying a penny. We're not getting the service from the district. And that I'm referring to places like Perry Sound, Midland, Penetang, Barrie. Those are all places where we're getting services for our residents, medical services, etc., EMS, and so forth. So I think it's a hospital in particular. And yet we're taxed to death by the district. And we need to remember that's the way it's working right now. And it ain't funny. So our residents are expecting us to be very careful. And I'm very concerned about a 6% increase. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cooper, though I would like to remind everyone that today's discussion is around the township amounts. The value that we get for our district dollar is, well, I consider it a very concerning topic, is not actually part of this morning's discussion, because this morning we're on the township taxes that our council can actually directly control. to some degree. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And unfortunately, my question is going to be a little bit along the lines of chart number 10, or page number 10 again. And in your comparators of the different increases by municipality, the district of Muskoka is listed there as 7.6%. And I think earlier on, we've seen them having an increase of 0.83%. I'm just wondering where this number comes from compared to the other slides.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko. So the 7.6% is calculated by using the general municipal services levy of 3.54% plus 0.32%, which is the local share of their health care facilities. And then the solid waste, what you saw on the chart on page 6, they provide a solid waste levy for each individual municipality. So ours specifically is going down. But what I've shown here is they provided an average solid waste management levy, which is about 3.7%. So added all those together, you're looking at your 7.6%.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think I really have anything else on the base budget to add right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting about the district solid waste levy, it's a different rate for each lower tier municipality, and all the other municipalities are going up between, I think on average 4% or something. Some of them are, Lake of Bays is going up 12.8%, where ours is going down 11.9%. So we're the anomaly, I can't pronounce that word, we're the exception to the rule with that at the district level. So that 7.6 is the average over the entire district. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I don't want this to sound like a broken record, but I too have concerns when we look at the comparators. The Director of Finance, if I can understand where Muskoka Lakes in the end is ultimately probably paying more per property because of the value of the property, but when we look at Lake of Bays, that's a huge differential that we have to explain to our constituents ultimately, and that's what this comes down to, is how do we explain this comparator. My other comment is with regards to the long-term debt, and that's in this presentation. So if we're not to discuss it until later, that's fine, but it seems to me that the forecasting reserve balance down into 28 through, well, till 2028, which, I mean, I don't know who's going to be on council at that time, but that's a significant burden that's going to have to be borne by this municipality. And I really think we should be considering now how we're going to deal with that then. And I don't like looking at that coming down at us, and not coming up with some sort of way of dealing with it now, so that it is not that kind of burden in the future. So comparators first. I don't know. Is there any way we can get a better idea of why the Lake of Bays is significantly less than us?
Well, are you talking about the solid waste, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about just the comparators. Yeah, page 6 again. When you look at the comparators, Lake of Bays, this is significant. Paying half what we're paying.
But that's just for solid waste. There's nothing else. And on the solid waste, Lake of Bays for decades has had a transfer station only model, which is by far the most economical way of collecting solid waste.
Yeah, sorry, no, my misunderstanding in the way it was presented. Okay.
I mean, because of the different comparator, Lake of Bays has taxes of, I think, what is this here, 8.3 million versus our 9.6. Their population is slightly less than ours.
Yeah. No, okay, I appreciate that.
Director,
through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis, just to respond to the negative reserve balance. That'll be coming back a few times to council when we discuss the facility condition assessment audits, where council will be requested to look at all of our existing facilities, in addition to the updating of our asset management plan, where we will be looking at the need and the cost, future cost of what our facilities are going to be costing us. So council will have that opportunity to come up with a plan, because we will be mandated. We are mandated to, as part of our asset management plan. We can't have negative reserves. Right now, it's the asset management plan as well as the facility condition assessment audit are still under work. So we will be coming back with that as part of the 2026 year, and that will be a council decision. It doesn't form part of today's discussion.
I realize that, but it is in the report. And just with your indulgence, Mayor, down the road, because this has been mandated by the provincial government, I presume, or I think, is it possible that we should be expecting some assistance in paying for these things down the road by the provincial government? Or I know we're subject to the whims of whatever government's in place at the time, but has it been, are there any examples where this type of thing has been, there's been some concessions by the provincial government to help pay for this type of capital enhancement?
Well, that's why we prepare many a grant, trying to get some assistance from different levels of government. But I think, as alluded by Director Radigan, I think we're going to have some tough decisions in the next year and the subsequent council with regards to our capital assets and which ones are worth it or not worth it. Even though we did see, based on their survey, that more people want more invested in roads, and that's one of our biggest, most expensive assets.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Gone are the days where municipalities got large checks from the province and the municipalities decided to spend it however they wanted and whenever they wanted. Now municipalities are having, as council knows, and we're very fortunate that we have Ms. Schneier in this position, and more municipalities are starting to hire grant writers, because now we have to work very hard to try and get grant monies, where before it was just simply a check. To take this step one level further, if we do not follow the asset management plan and commit to investing in maintaining the infrastructure that we say we have, the province will actually cut funding. So this is critical from the point of view that we are now held accountable by the province, that if we do not actively maintain the facilities and infrastructure that we wish to keep, then and there's an auditing and a reporting system back to the province every year. And if the province says that you're not holding up your end of the bargain, then they will actually actively reduce funding further to the municipalities.
The unfortunate fact is that the province continues to download on the municipalities, so they're basically shifting burden away from the income earners to the property owners, and they also don't allow us, with exception of well-structured debt, we're not allowed to have deficit budgets. They have to be balanced. I mean, that's per provincial regulations. Wouldn't you love it if the province or the feds had to have balanced budgets? But no, they can keep going farther and farther in the hole, but they won't allow us to do that. I'm going to go to Councillor Graziano because he hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll go back to Councillor Pedko.
Thank you, through your worship. Sorry for any background noise. As I articulated, I am out with family. I do have a question with regards to roads, given that it's one of the largest points of interest by way of the survey. How many municipal roads do we manage currently that are non-billed back to the district in Muskoka? Because my understanding is that those of the district are billed back to the district, and we receive revenue by way of what we do on their behalf. But how many are actually assumed by us? And what would that net out to be in total kilometers if we have that data?
Director Engel, at the tip of your
Through you, Mayor Coutier, we have 90 kilometers of roads within the township that we are solely responsible for.
I'm going to be curious, if I may, Councillor Graziano, any idea what percentage of that is paved versus gravel?
No, and that was going to be my next question,
Oh,
because I'm you preempted me on that question, but yes, that was going to be my next question. Is I'm curious to know what amount of involvement is required in order to maintain that 90 kilometers. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. Through the operating budget, the day-to-day, it doesn't really matter as much whether it's gravel or hard surface. We are out there definitely more frequently for gravel roads because we have not invested in our gravel roads in at least 10 years. So we are seeing that on the operational side of things an increase because we haven't invested on the capital side of things. It would take me a minute to pull up, and I have older records we are still reviewing, so I don't know at this stage if I could even give an accurate number. The records I have are from 2021, and we have resurfaced some roads from gravel to hard surface. But that will be coming forward in the roads condition needs study.
Any idea roughly when you think we might see that? Just being curious.
Part of the challenge within that is having to have traffic counts. And I can only do traffic counts during a very narrow window because I don't want to exclude the increase of traffic that we have during the summer. So I will have a high level review in the spring, but there will be further traffic counts that we'll have to do through the summer.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Graziano is on. I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would appreciate some thought being given to what we're using for comparators. And the reason I mention this is if you look at the solid waste comparator chart on page 6, I think it was, we're compared to mostly a bunch of towns that operate from solid waste perspective very efficiently because every house is beside the next house, unlike our situation. We're also rural. So the only comparator I can see on that list to us is Lake of Bays. And I would really appreciate seeing not just the breakdown of solid waste, but a breakdown of the total amount that is taxed to the residents in similar townships. And I'll name some. Carling Township, Township of Archipelago. One which also should be very similar is Lanark, Thousand Islands. There's sort of a small, in most of those places, there could be or are small towns, a little bit of urban environment, but a lot of it is seasonal. And a similar situation in terms of access to the residents, especially if you think about Thousand Islands. They're out on islands, just like many of our residents. So I think that in order to sort of gauge how we're doing, we need to be gauging ourselves not against the District of Muskoka, but how we're performing out of the 444 municipalities in Ontario and go in there and find the ones that are similar to us. It's not easy, but there are a few. So just for future reference, and I'd like to see it anytime soon, unless you have the stats there. I'd love to see those because I think that tells us a story about how we're doing. Rolled up, total amount, both district level and township level taxation. So we're at whatever, 22 million for the two. Half of that for the township locally, but it's still our residents are paying out that amount of money. And how much are other municipalities facing that are fairly similar? We just have to find them. And I don't really see the point of our comparing ourselves to towns in the District of Muskoka. We might as well compare ourselves to Midland or Penetang. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to Councillor Cooper. Slide 6, just to clarify, is not a list of comparators for waste management. This is simply a slide to identify what our blended tax rate would be when looking at district municipalities and the decrease that our township is seeing as a result of the removal of those solid waste bins and the increase that the other participating municipalities are seeing as a result of the district. As part of the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for December 2nd, I do believe CAO Mayor Iotti has been working with consultants to come forward with a waste management study report. So that report will, I hope, clarify some of your questions that you've posed today.
If I may, Mayor.
You may.
It does, but it doesn't, because what I'm talking about is not just solid waste now. I'm talking about doing some comparison on every type of service that we have to municipalities that are similar to us, not just in the District of Muskoka. I find that not very helpful. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. I think, and I have seen the KPMG survey. There's, oh boy, some real issues there too. Population numbers are nuts. So real problems. Anyway, there we are. Thank you.
Anyway. All right, no, I think, you know, if I can just summarize, if we can have, if you can get some data on places like the archipelago or Thousand Islands or what have you, I mean, I know it's going to be a little bit of an apples to oranges thing, but I think that would be.
If I may, Mayor Kutsier, this really is a make work project, because we really have to decide on the numbers that are affected by what we have. You know, we talk about the archipelago. The archipelago has one community center without an arena. They don't have a fire department. Their roads are mostly gravel. We cannot compare how we're doing with a municipality that has different infrastructure. You know, it's a make work project for the Treasury.
You just made a very valuable comparison, which I think is important, is that other townships aren't providing some of the services that we're providing, or some of the assets that we're providing. And I think that's got to be part of our discussion going forward when we do the asset management review or whatever. I always get the wrong titles to it, but doing that review, I think, is exceptionally important, because we have to decide whether some of the services or some of the assets we offer our community are worth it to our residents. I think that's really what it comes down to. And I note that in the archipelago, they have quite, in many ways, similarities, but also in other ways, significant differences.
We can do that work, but that would have to be contracted out. So if council wishes to get a consultant in to do that comparison, we can do that. But I think council needs to then reflect on what are we going to do with this information afterwards? Is it value for money?
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Mayor, if I may, I would urge that we do something like that. I really do feel, I don't understand the Make Work project. It's just getting some data from some municipalities, some of which have some differences, some that do not. And, you know, I understand about the archipelago being somewhat different, but are you kidding me? Huntsville, Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, those aren't comparators. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
You made that point, Councillor Cooper. Director Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to members of council, there is a study called the BMA study that all 444 municipalities can take part in, but only about 140 or 150 do so on an annual basis. And this study provides about a 500-page summary from each service, a comparison of, I guess, what you could call like municipalities. So a two-story building versus a two-story building in a location, but in different municipalities, and compares costs in that way. But it's very high level, and it's really difficult to state whether our expenses are higher or lower, because some municipalities may be investing more in parks or recreation than we are. And that's not to say that our services are good or bad. So it's really difficult. We can compare using the BMA study. There is a small cost to it. But once again, it is over 500 pages, and you can only compare yourself to the municipalities that participate. Not many district municipalities participate. Many Simcoe County municipalities do participate, though.
Thank you. Might be worth looking into. I have no idea how significant. That's probably not a budget discussion, the cost of that. Okay. All right. I don't see any hands. I'm going to read the motion. It doesn't mean I'm going to call the vote. I'm going to read the first motion just so you know what's on the table. And moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the 2026 base budget be received as presented, and that Council recommend the adoption of the 2026 base budget with operating revenues totaling $14,002,564 and operating expenditures totaling $14,570,065, resulting in a net tax levy of $664,726 or 6.3%, and that Council make a final decision on the SSEA in the amount of $97,225, which may result in a tax levy increase of 5.22% or $567,501. That would be, it would result in that if not approved, if not included. All right, does that make any sense? So basically, what's in front of us is approving the 6.3%. Now, this is before the enhancements. We're still going to talk about them. Or it would be, and we have to make a decision on the SSEA, which would reduce that 6.3 down to 5.22% sometime in the future. Councillor Jarvis.
Quick clarification, if you don't mind, Mayor. Service enhancements would be in addition to what we could be approving right now, or okay, so they would increase that 6.3%. That would move up as we approve them, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I read the wrong number.
Yes. Sorry, just to clarify, the operating expenditures would total $14,667,290 with the SSEA being included, hence
okay, and then
the second paragraph.
Okay.
That's the amount if we had taken it out.
Okay.
Sorry.
But the bottom line of it is it's 6.3% with SSEA and 5.22% without SSEA prior to our discussions on enhancements. Any further discussion on the base budget? All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, I'm going to say 4. Let's pass the base budget and get on to enhancements. All right. The first enhancement that we need to discuss is $31,011 increase in council remuneration. This is a consequence of the discussion we had, was in September? In September. If you wouldn't mind reminding us of what's included in that 31,000, please.
Certainly. Oh, I just lost my page, sorry. So earlier this year, staff reported on potential impacts to or changes, amendments, updates to the remuneration for council, which resulted in 7 key points being adopted for recommendation to be brought forward for this budget process. The first one is increasing the mayor's meeting honorarium to $10,000. Increasing the council meeting honorarium to $6,500. This is annually, sorry. The public members of the Committee of Adjustment honorarium be increased to $200 per meeting, and that the public member of the Committee of Adjustment who serves as the chair, their honorarium would be $300 per meeting. And the mayor and council health spending account be increased to $4,000 to permit a carryover amount, as well as to provide further information on vessel mileage or the equivalent. Therefore, the 31,000 and change is an increase for the mayor's honorarium, which is an increase of $881, and the councillor honorarium, which is an individual increase of $1,030. The annual increase, or the estimated annual increase for the Committee of Adjustment honorarium, would be $1,800 per member. That would be the total amount per member. But again, also, sorry, it rounds out to 1,800. I did read that correctly. And then again, 1,800 for the chair, for that amount to be increased. Currently, non-district councillors receive a per-term IT stipend of $1,692 at a total of $6,700 and change, which is spread across 4 members of council, which is the 4 ward councillors. Plus, all 7 members of council receive laptops, which were funded from the election budget in 2022, which is approximately a cost of $1,000 per device, totaling $7,000. If all councils receive an increase to the IT stipend, it is recommended $1,000 each for a total of $7,000 in lieu of a township device being provided. So that is the recommendation and part of that decision for council today. As well, the increase to the healthcare spending account has an impact, would have a total increase of would have a total amount, sorry, of $21,000 for the year, which is an increase of $7,000. Vessel mileage is difficult to calculate and compare, as well as laborious from an administrative perspective. So currently no vessel mileage is being provided. For compensation is recommended that instead of this, the meeting honorarium, in which members currently receive a $3,000 each annually, be increased and is paid at $250 per month with an increase of $1,000 annually. That equates to approximately $333 per month, up from the $250, which is a total increase of $7,000 annually. All of these amounts total $31,011.
Yeah, so if I'm going to summarize, and I don't know if I got that all correct, but we're increasing our meeting in total roughly $7,000. We're increasing health benefits roughly $7,000, and there was one other you had for $7,000. And then there's a lot of those relatively small.
The IT stipend.
Well, the IT stipend is going up 7. So every councilor is going to get another $1,000 IT stipend, is going to get another $1,000 health benefit, is going to get another $1,000, I'll call it meeting allowance. So $21,000, that's $21,000 already. And then we're going to increase the Committee of Adjustment fees by a few $1,000s in total.
In total, yeah.
And
your general honorariums.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I ran on a campaign of fiscal responsibility, and as the record will show, I didn't vote for the 6 nor the 5%. And in order to walk the walk, I don't feel that I require any additional funds, whether this term or potentially any future term for that. And so I'm going to vote no on this. Again, I don't think the taxpayers should be paying upwards of 6, 7, 8, 9% increases year over year. And as such, I'm willing to forego not only any future increases, but any honorariums I currently receive. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think in the initial conversation we had this some time ago, it was thought that this increase would help attract new members to council, because currently it's not that attractive to run in the election with the remuneration we had. Similar to Councillor Graziano, I do not expect or want an increase in my snippet, but it was said that in order for it to get new blood, this may be a good idea. And so we have to consider that at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
I had my hand up and down. My comments are basically the same as Councillor Bocek's. I would personally forego an increase to my honorarium, strip them for IT to keep this amount to zero, but we are trying to attract new members of the public to be enticed to run for council, so I'm a little bit conflicted on this as well. But I will see how I vote when we get to the vote, but I might vote not in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I sort of feel the same way as my fellow councillors. I think we did have a discussion about the ability to attract others, and I think that's an important consideration. However, in light of the increase that just went through, that was not what I was expecting to see, and as such, I certainly couldn't support this, especially after that increase that went through. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm not sure what increase that just went through that Councillor Cooper is talking about, but I know that we had a fulsome discussion about these items specifically. I guess it was September. I struggle on exactly which month it was. And apropos of comments made by Councillors Bocek and Predko, the idea was exactly that, is that we've got to try and figure out how we're going to get some new blood participating in council. An old blood, well, speak for myself, is very happy to see the medical side of things go up for obvious reasons. But I mean, if it's the will of council not to let this go through, and I understand that because I remember first term I was adamant about not increasing council's remuneration at all, and this is quite substantial. But again, I don't know where everybody's coming from, but we had a fulsome discussion on this, and it was approved as is at that time. So I don't know why all of a sudden we're having second thoughts on it. Just my comments. Thanks.
It's not the first time that councillors have sung different songs at different times. Councillor Bocek, additional comment?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if, depending on what happens in the vote on this matter, if we could have a second vote, and I don't know procedurally how this happens, but a no increase to council remuneration, but stay in the budget for the increase in medical and the tech. In other words, so that we do get new computers in the next term. I think anybody new coming into council has to have that amount allotted to them anyways, because they won't be using their own computers. So if it's defeated, I would like to see another motion put on the floor to increase the medical and keep the technical where it is, and then council's remuneration would stay the same. Procedural, I don't know if that can happen or not.
Thank you. We'll get there shortly. Let the discussion unfold first. Councillor Cooper.
Just briefly, Mayor, if I may, the reason that I said what I said is that in terms of considering this enhancement for the councillors, we voted on this in isolation of the budget we just passed. And the budget that we just passed was a very high percentage, and that concerns me. So it's changed my view on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So I don't think any of us sitting on council here are going to want to put their hands up and say, pay me more, because we're here and we've been doing this almost for free based on the amount of effort we put in versus what we get compensated for. It's an honorarium. It's not a compensation. But I think we made a mistake last term where we didn't increase where we had an opportunity just to kind of stay the course. And I think we would make a huge mistake this time if we didn't stay the course and continue with this increase. It's going to be trivial compared to the overall increases that we're passing on to our residents. But one of the things I think we have to be very focused on is the long-term health of our township and the representation that can be brought into support the residents through their council representation. And we are, other than Councillor Graziano, we're a bunch of old farts. And we need new young blood. And the only way that's ever going to happen is if we recognize that the numbers have to change. And as Councillor Jarvis said, we had a fulsome discussion on this a while ago, and we all agreed that it was the right path forward, and I soundly endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you. And it represents, in response to your comment, Councillor Hazelton, 0.35% net tax impact. Any other comments? Councillor Cooper?
Just briefly, I would support this if we were to push this out a year. In other words, so that we will have something in place if there are new councillors, which I certainly hope that there are. But in light of what we've just approved in the overall base budget, I would suggest that maybe we should push this out a year. That way we can attract others and meet the needs that we identified. Is there any reason we can't do that?
Yeah, we're doing this year's budget. And therefore, if we're going to push it out a year, that would be part of next year's budget. Clerk Way.
Also legislatively, with the strong mayor powers and the impacts to the strong mayor's budget, we can't make any decisions for 2027 that aren't in regards to like asset management or reserves, that kind of thing, but we can't tie that next term of council. There's deadlines on when we can even bring that budget forward, so we can't.
That's unfortunate. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm surprised that Councillor Preco didn't take offense when Councillor Hazelton included him in the old farts department. I think it needs to be noted. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And just for clarity, November is still within this year, so this amount would come to the new council as soon as they're elected.
This would be effective January 2026, so it comes to our council and then would continue on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Right. I'm going to want to do these separate items and call votes on it. I think it's the easiest. I want to go do separate.
Or do you want to hear all of the service?
No, I want to do separate votes on each one so we can carry on.
Okay.
Right now, but for your information, council, right now I have a motion that has 7 separate items on it.
Correct. Did council want to hear all of the service enhancement presentations before the decisions are made, or no?
Well, we have the list of all 7 items, so we know what they all are. Mm-hmm. Council, do you want me to do one motion where we have all 7 items listed, or do you want me to do each line and say yay or nay per line?
I'm not opposed to individual motions. I'm just saying perhaps hearing all of the information before making a decision on the 7.
Okay. If this is what the clerk wants, I'm going to read the entire motion, but then I'm only going to ask about line 1 right now.
Not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that we go through the 7. So we just talked about the council remuneration updates. We had that service enhancement discussion.
So I'm not calling for
I'm not calling for a vote at all right now, and continue on through the 7 service enhancements. Once all of the information is then received on the service enhancements, they can prioritize what they may or may not want.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could. I've heard what's just been said, but in fairness, when we're dealing with these topics, we will be lost on topic 1 by the time we get to topic 3. So I think your earlier suggestion of let's take them one at a time, talk about them and move on. We all have visibility into what the entire list is. We've all had the opportunity to look at the budget book, that 600 some odd page book, and cure our insomnia with it. So sorry, nothing negative to the finance department. I thought it was an excellently prepared book, but it's got a lot of detail in it. So I think that rather than getting lost line by line, let's identify a topic and deal
Okay.
with it and then move on.
I'm going to do it in an informal manner. I'm going to ask for call it a vote on the first one, and I'll tick it yay or nay, and then I'll go through, and then at the end, once we've done all of them, I'll read the whole motion with the results. So I'm going to ask everybody now. This is not a formal vote. This is an informal vote on council remuneration update of 31,011. 31,000.
So I want a recorded vote.
Well, then you get that later. Informal vote. How many are in favor of the $31,011 increase to council remuneration? 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to make 4. So that means I have, just confirm, how many are against the $31,000? 1, 2, 3 are against. So that, right now I have 4 in favor. Next item is clerk's administrative assistant. Clerk Wade, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Apologies. So the clerk's office is requesting an FTE for a clerk's administration assistant for a 1-year contract at a cost of $78,665. To meet the demands of the clerk's office, we are requesting the approval to add an administrative assistant to our team. This position will not be eligible for health benefits or paid leave, helping to minimize the overall salaries and benefit costs. The current department organizational structure consists of 3 departments: the Director of Corporate Services and Clerk, the Deputy Clerk, and the Executive Assistant to the CAO, Mayor, and Clerk. The Clerk and Deputy Clerk are dedicated to the Corporate Services Department. Although the Executive Assistant position reports to the Clerk, this is a shared position between the Clerk, CAO, and Mayor and provides administrative support 3 separate ways. In Ontario, a municipal clerk has statutory responsibilities in over 70 pieces of legislation. The commonly known acts are the Municipal Act, Municipal Elections Act, and the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. In Georgian Bay, there are also additional regulatory responsibilities. For example, the clerk is named as the licensed operator at the MacTier Union Cemetery per the Bereavement Authority of Ontario and is required to meet the legislation in the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act. There are common core responsibilities that fall within the clerk's office of a municipality, which include municipal and school board elections, records management, which includes managing the digital and paper records, retention and destruction of records, along with lottery and liquor licensing, FOI requests, council and committee meetings, which is more than just agendas, resolutions, minutes, bylaws, live streaming, and vital statistics. Other responsibilities that may be unique from one municipality to another include cemetery management, AMPS, emergency management, administrative support to mayor and CAO, weddings, and a real estate portfolio. The list here is not an exhaustive list, but provides an understanding of the responsibilities under the corporate services portfolio in Georgian Bay. This chart is a comparator of municipalities that is available on page 100 of the budget book and highlights the portfolios assigned to their clerk's offices. This shows the heavy responsibilities within Georgian Bay. Of the core and common portfolios of a clerk's office, Georgian Bay has the most at 17. The next closest municipalities are Muskoka Lakes at 16, Springwater with 15, and Gravenhurst and Lake Bays with 14 each. On pages 98 to 99 of the budget book, you will see the complete comparator municipalities chart. The comparison shown here includes Georgian Bay and 4 other municipalities with the similar portfolios and workload. Currently, Georgian Bay's clerk's office is averaging 1 employee for every 6,900 residents with a 3-person department. Factoring in the EA position is shared with the mayor and CEO, effectively reducing us to 2.5, increases it to over 8,300 residents per employee. Gravenhurst averages 1 employee for every 6,700 residents. Lake Bays averages 1 employee for every 2,200 residents. Muskoka Lakes averages 1 employee for every 4,800 residents. And Springwater averages 1 employee for every 4,700 residents. I took out the bylaw comparisons from that department. Currently, Georgian Bay's clerk's office does not have equal ability to fulfill our legislative and municipal responsibilities while being accountable and responsive to council, fellow staff, and the public. Additionally, many of these municipalities have positions to manage their larger portfolios, such as records management, land and agreements, and a committee coordinator. In addition to the day-to-day responsibilities and workload of the clerk's office, in 2026, there are several larger projects. Implementation of the new website platform. This project kicked off last month, but is expected to continue until early spring. The finalization of Laserfiche implementation. This began earlier this year and has experienced delays with migration from FileHold to Laserfiche. Staff training and implementation is expected in January. Integration of Laserfiche in Town Suites. Once Laserfiche is fully implemented, we can then begin the work with the vendor to connect the softwares so there is seamless sharing of records to ensure proper retention. Upgrade to the cemetery software. Staff are in the process of obtaining quotes and reviewing demos. Due to the winter season being upon us, the groundwork for mapping to implement a new software cannot begin until the spring. Review the fees and bylaws of the McTerry Union Cemetery. Currently, the fees are significantly below market value and are not cost recoverable, even with a 2% increase proposed within the budget. Each cemetery is required to have its own set of bylaws or rules for the operation and function of the cemetery, including the number of burials per grave, size of monuments, and even use of artificial flowers. To support the maintenance and desire of the families, these should be reviewed and updated. Surplus land review is an extremely large undertaking. The surplus land policy has been updated and an inventory of properties has been created and is currently being reviewed. The selling of surplus land creates revenue and reduces municipal liabilities. There are several policies and bylaws that staff have been directed to review and update or in need of reviewing. These include items such as the procedure bylaw and the committee terms of reference. Lastly, and most importantly, 2026 is an election year. October 26 is voting day for the municipal and school board elections. Work is already underway, including securing a vendor for the internet and telephone voting, reviewing the Elections Ontario portal for preparing the preliminary list of electors, and updating the Council 101 guide. The running of municipal and school board elections significantly increases the workload of any municipality, and many hire contract positions to assist throughout this year. Providing public information, meeting statutory deadlines for procedures and public notice, accepting nominations, engaging voters, reviewing preliminary list of electors, mailing of voter notification letters, amendments to the voters list, certifying the ballots, implementation and testing of an election platform, the actual voting period, voting day, certifying results, inauguration, council retention, committee recruitment and appointments, financial reporting, etc. So much work is required for the elections, and this is very tedious, detailed tasks. The temporary position is essential to ensuring the department can continue to meet its legislative obligations and provide high-quality service to the community. This position will support the maintenance and corporate documents in EDRMS, ensuring legislative compliance and alignment with related policies and procedures, provide clerical assistance to the clerk's office and manage updates to the municipal website by uploading electronic files and content, assist with election-related tasks, ensuring compliance with the Municipal Elections Act, assist with the coordination, the sale, and management of graves at the McTerry Union Cemetery, including corner markers, monument installations, buyback of graves, fee collection, and interment schedule in collaboration with park staff. Enhance customer service delivery to both internal and external stakeholders during what is anticipated to be a busy year within the department. Assist with other legislative responsibilities of the municipal clerk per the legislation and as directed by the clerk, and carry out special assignments as directed by the clerk. Additionally, this position could support the operational needs of the Township of Georgian Bay Food Bank, including maintaining data of clientele, sourcing food, food distribution, and coordinate volunteers. Another proposed service enhancement, which will be presented by the Sustainability Department following direction from Council C 2025-200, which recommended a part-time contract position be included within the 2026 budget to support the function and operation of the Port Severn Honey Harbor Food Bank. The food bank coordinator position is proposed at 0.2 FTE at a cost of $9,911. The inclusion of this within the clerk's administration assistant position would reduce the overall number of service enhancements and impact on the tax base. Again, the clerk's office is requesting an FTE for a clerk's administration assistant for a 1-year contract at a cost of $78,665. I recognize the net impact of 0.87% is high. However, I would not be bringing forward this enhancement request if I did not believe it was necessary to meet our legislative responsibilities, completion of projects, and provide efficiencies to better service our residents. The comparator municipalities clearly show we have been understaffed and currently are understaffed given our duties and responsibilities. This is being brought forward now as my department is reaching a point, especially during an election year, that only legislative responsibilities will be able to be fulfilled and not all additional projects that are required for the benefit of the municipality, council, committee members, residents, and staff. Thank you for your.
All right, I need 2 points of clarification before I turn it over to council. One, are you suggesting that this position would include a 0.2 for the food bank? Is that what that last slide said?
That's correct.
So that
we take on that responsibility.
Okay. And the second is this is a 1-year contract, so you're not proposing this as a permanent position.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. This report certainly gives you a better understanding of what the clerk's department is responsible for. Who would have known? My question is that this would bring. We have 3 currently in the clerk's department, and this would bring a 4th one in for a 1-year contract.
That's correct.
Were the responsibilities the same now as they were 2 terms ago, or has that really substantially increased?
The legislative responsibilities have increased, but what we're responsible for, the number of FOI requests has increased, the number of real estate errors that have been identified have been increased that require us to fix, the number of people requesting shore road purchases, the number of public engagement and committee meetings and committees, all of those things have increased. And on top of that, we still have to run an election next year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Quick question to the clerk, and that is, we have a reserve for elections in the future. For election years, is it possible to include funds for a contract position to assist with the election duties, so that it's not a bump in the overall budget, but it's kind of incorporated into the structure going forward?
So currently, our reserves provide us about $100,000 for each election term. At this position of approximately, I'm rounding, but $80,000, so in 4 years, it would be an additional $20,000 in reserve each year, increasing from 25 to 45,000.
So it would be a future consideration for you guys as to whether you want to have a bump every 4 years or smooth it out.
Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, given that we're voting for these, my question is this an official vote, or are we voting for everything collectively on December 1st? The reason why I ask is because if it's an official vote, I'd like to request a registered vote. Thank you.
All right, well, what I was doing was getting informal votes on each item and then having an official vote. And then, so if you want to record it on the official vote, that, but I wasn't planning on doing that line by line.
So I'd like to request a recorded vote, and that would be for certain individual items, if we're going to go individually. And that may not occur until December the 1st. Is that correct?
Well, we're going to try to clear them up today if possible.
Okay, so then yes, I would be requesting a recorded vote. If we're going to go individually, I'd like one on this particular question. Thank you.
Okay. We'll do a separate vote on that after the conclusion of our discussion. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yeah, question. In the current term, we had 6 acclaimed, 1 actual election. What was the savings as a result of that?
So we saved per elector from a voter notification perspective, which is the largest piece of that saving, and having to run less voter help centers from a staff overtime perspective on weekends and after hours. But besides that, all of the processes, procedures, policies, access to the voters list, et cetera, all of that work is still required regardless of how many races we have. And we also run the school board elections. So yes, we had here for us, we only had 1 race, but we also had school board elections that needed to be run. So the voters list still needs to be maintained for those. Voter letters still need to be sent for those properties as well. We still have all
Thank
the
you.
requirements.
Follow up. When does Sydney come back?
January 2nd.
So did you have a complement of 4 in the last election?
No, we did not.
You had a complement of 3 in the last election? So I heard earlier, Councillor Bocek asked if there is significant changes in the departmental responsibilities. He asked about 2 terms ago. We're in this term, so 3 years ago should be fairly sharp memories. I'm confused. We did this easily with 3 staff, and now we need 4.
I mean, we ran the election, correct? We did not move forward major projects. So there's still the increase in demand on this term of council, and expectation and projects being directed by the clerk's office are increasing. It's become evident as we move forward with the cemetery that there's a lot of things that perhaps we need to be doing better to meet our legislative requirements that we have not been doing. So I listed off all those projects earlier. That workload was not on the clerk's office during the last election year.
So I think I heard you say that even with a 2% increase for the cemeteries, that won't cover the cost. If we're going to pass on to our residents a 6 or 7% increase, why wouldn't we be looking at minimum the same kind of thing for the cemetery?
We are
And would that cover our costs?
We are reviewing the exact cost for each of those services provided. It will be a significant increase. Like, we're looking at potential change of a few $100s to like $2,500 for an interment. So that will be hopefully coming in February or March for council's consideration.
So I know everybody hates our buddy Elon Musk in the States for what he did with trashing the US government. But if you had Elon Musk coming into your department and scraping everything back to bare bones, but still getting the job done, which is what I sense he was doing in many departments in the States, we'll call that aggressive financial cost reduction out of a department. How could you think that way, and what changes would that make in this current request? I mean, could you get by with a half-year contract and not a full-year contract?
I don't believe that a half-year contract would be beneficial, because it would probably mean someone leaving in the height of the election when we're already dependent on that split of workload. I'm sure you're aware of.
Well, just a half year could start in May and go for 6 months, couldn't it?
So municipal elections really take the clerk's office at least 2 years worth of work, as much as publicly it appears to be 1 year worth of work. we've already had to start. Our RFP already went out, procedures are already being reviewed. Earlier this year, we had the updated sign bylaw. All of that comes as part of the election. So the election work for us actually runs until about March, providing there's no compliance audit committees of 2027. So our workload, there is no peak necessarily. Obviously, the fall is the highest piece, but then having to have someone come in and train them and update them for 3 to 6 months might not be worth the effort to train them for such a short period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
I guess short of asking you to totally repeat everything that your responsibilities entail, I think I'm finding, and let's keep in mind that what's happened south of the border will have repercussions for years to come in the way and the efficiencies of that government down there. And I don't want us to even consider anything on those terms. My thinking is that considering the additional responsibilities that are required per the Elections Act, but on top of that, the stuff that hasn't been done that needs to be done, and then added to what the responsibilities the clerk's office already has, I think it's a reasonable request.
I have a question of our sustainability department and or human resources department, and that is, in front of me are two lines. One is a 1 year full-time equivalent contract for an admin assistant, clerk's admin assistant, and then there's a 0.2 FTE for a food bank coordinator. It's been suggested those two could be combined. Does that make sense to each and both or either of you?
Through your worship, I'm afraid this is a little bit of a sideline. I wasn't aware that this was being combined into this position. I would think that they're very different positions, different types of job skills will be required for the two different items. So I'm afraid I just wasn't aware that this was being combined today.
Sorry, this had been talked about at SMT budget reviews.
I don't think I was there.
Through the mayor, I recall this discussion at our senior management team meeting, and I did support it from the HR standpoint, more so of recruitment and the difficulty to hire a potential 0.2 FTE for the food bank only. So from that standpoint, it made sense to roll it into this position, being that I believe it's only 5 hours a week that they would be focusing on the food bank.
Through your worship, if this happened and I wasn't aware of it, then I am remiss for sure. I just want to comment that the person that's going to be hauling groceries and moving significant product may not be the same person, that may not have the same skill set as what the clerk's department requires.
All right. The Councillor Graziano has asked for a formal vote and recorded on this particular item. So I'm going to read the motion for the clerk's admin assistant position, and we're going to let the clerk take the vote.
So you're going to call a formal vote.
A formal vote now.
Okay.
So it's got moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the 2026 service enhancement budget item as part of the 26 proposed budget be received and presented, and the council recommends the adoption of the following service enhancement, namely the clerk's admin assistant 1 year contract at $78,665.
Clarification.
Mayor?
Is this including the 0.2 FTE?
No, this is
without the 0.2. Okay.
Councillor Hazelton.
Same question. Got
Okay.
the answer. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, just to clarify, do you want to have the food bank presentation? I know you called the vote, but I'm just, I know I'm causing
You
confusion.
know, I'm getting mixed signaling. That will at least be. Sorry, I didn't have my mic
Hear you,
on.
Mayor.
I'm gonna. We're this motion is with regards to adding a full-time position that will, I'll say, be at least 80% clerk.
Yeah.
But it's adding, basically it's a vote to add a full-time position. A one-year contract, rather. Sorry, I've been corrected. It's a one-year contract that we're adding, not a full-time position. I apologize.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page before there's lots of confusion. Okay. Let the record show, Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
Thank you. Food bank coordinator is a .2 position, and it's a full-time equivalent of $9,911.
Your worship, I believe that I'm confused on this one. I think this has now been rolled into the same position as the clerks. Is that right, Karen?
Well, I am a little bit confused. It sounds like there was different conversations going on. Quick way.
It's still up for council to determine if they want this as two separate positions.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to members of council. You may recall the food bank coordinator position came to council, and council approved the 10,000 be included as a service enhancement position. So ultimately, we did include it separately because of that resolution that was originally passed by council. And it didn't come to light until later on that we could potentially combine these two positions, being the .2, and it was the full-time clerk's admin position, but they could assist. And so council could technically drop the .2 and recommend that the clerk's admin also combine the food bank position as well.
Thank you. Clear as mud, council. Councilor Predko.
Thank you. Perhaps I can make a recommendation. I realize these are, as I think per our Director of Sustainability, these requirements are maybe not the same skill set that we're going to hire for. Could we amend, with the clerk's permission, the contract to be a 0.9% of the year and the food bank coordinator to be 0.1 of the year, just to balance off two different people and just the duration of the contract shortened for the clerk appropriately?
Clerk, wait.
I'm not sure what the difference in skill set would be. I know they referenced hauling groceries. We haul bankers' boxes of records. So from a physical standpoint, there isn't really a difference from someone who's able to sit sedentary, have people skills.
They smell different.
They do. Food definitely smells much better than bankers' boxes.
Sorry, I'm trying to lighten up. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you. One of my concerns about this is we have a fairly big volunteer base when it comes to the food bank, not necessarily other volunteer positions. My concern is that with this position, would we still be able to utilize the members of the Lions Club or whoever else wants to participate? This wouldn't exclude the volunteers. Am I correct on that?
Through your worship, no, this is separate and apart.
Thank you.
Any other comments on the .2 position for $9,911 as we had basically originally approved? I don't know if it's 2 months ago. I lose track of which meeting it was. All right. Seeing nothing, I'm going to ask for an informal. How many are in favor of supporting the food bank with a 0.2 FTE? 1, 2, 3, and I make 4, so that is informally on the list. Next item is volunteer firefighting clothing allowance. And it was, I think we already have, if I understand this correctly, we already have 5,000 in the, which is which here? We already have 4,000 in the budget and you want to get it bumped to 9,000. So this is about a $5,000 increase to the clothing allowance. Any comments or discussions with regards to that?
Your worship, I wonder, before we move on to the next item, can we just take a quick break? Because I need to clarify what the informal vote just happened is and how this would look for the food bank and what we require.
Well, it's after 11 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break. Oh, sorry, I understood that I was speaking into the void. I'm calling this meeting back to order, and the item to be discussed at this point is the volunteer firefighters clothing allowance. The total is $9,000. However, I think there's $4,000 already in the budget. So we're talking about an increase of $5,000, which is 0.08%. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, my question is to our Director of Emergency Services, Tony. Is this because of an increase in the number of firefighters, or is it because of the wear and tear on the existing clothing within the fire department?
Through you, Your Worship. So what's transpired is we did a quick wage review for the firefighters to see where we were, and we contacted 9 departments within our area, Tay, Severin, the District of Muskoka, and we were the 3rd from the bottom. And I know it's council's wishes to be in that 50 percentile area. When we looked at it, the feedback that I'm getting back from the firefighters is not that they're not looking for more money. They're looking to, because we make that they have to have work boots and stuff while they're at the fire hall training and working around the trucks and that, they were asking for a boot allowance. So a pair of work boots now is running between $200 and $250 for the proper pair of work boots. So when we hire them, they have to have black work boots, and we ensure that, but as they wear them, they're wearing them out. So that's what they asked for. They wanted some more t-shirts and all of that. So we looked at, HR department and myself looked at it and then compared it to a $1 raise. If we gave them a $1 raise, what would that do? And it came to about $8,000 extra. And that's when we had the discussion, well, if we give them what they want, that only comes to $5,000. So that's where we came to, is to create that they would get a clothing allowance each for $200 a year. And then that would, they could carry it over for 1 year for the sake if they wanted to buy a dress uniform. They're about $400, $450. So that's where we landed, and that's what we're bringing forward. We spend $4,000 a year on buying them some t-shirts and some ball caps, toques for during the winter and that kind of stuff. Now this will be that we create a little catalog and then they can pick what they want.
Can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Microphone's now back on. I apologize. Any other comments or questions on increasing the volunteer firefighters clothing allowance to $9,000, which is $5,000 above the current already in the budget? All right, informally, all those in favor, maybe I'm starting to get hungry. And that is informally carried. Deputy Chief Building Official. This is kind of an unusual one in that you want more money, but you're also going to fund it yourself?
You're correct. All right, so as you can see on the service enhancements, we are proposing to move forward with a full-time Deputy Chief Building Official position. Originally, when we posted the job 4 years ago, it was to be a full-time deputy. After concluding interviews, we hired the previous CBO on a 4-year contract, which is up at the end of this week. It was for 4 years, 8 months during the yearly period. This was in order partially to facilitate succession planning and in the end, which will lead to staff retention. Succession matters. The deputy CBO obviously is ending. My retirement is in less than 4 years.
No, it's not.
We currently already have another inspector who could leave at any day, anytime. So a permanent deputy CBO would protect our continued service and as well as corporate knowledge, as well as the expertise to move the building department forward. Currently, we have a 4-month also leadership gap when the deputy wasn't here.
which was basically December to March. And as we all know, emergencies don't pause for the winter. Building code requires a timely permit decisions and immediate enforcement capabilities. Our current model puts the township at unnecessary risk. While I currently have other tasks other than building code enforcement, water quality and bores, a full-time deputy will have the ability to obviously issue permits, write, stop, unsafe, and emergency orders. This is also required when I am away from the office on a daily basis, like on vacation and such. The deputy CBO's full-time presence will unlock council-endorsed priorities such as septic reinspection, modernization, online permitting, fees and bylaw updates, creation of educational documents, and assist in providing overall better customer support. Obviously, as the mayor has referred to, that the change is fee funded, so the incremental cost, which is currently $55,245, will have no impact on the tax levy. Converting now ensures we enter the winter with full enforcement readiness and the off-season to prepare for spring, eliminating carryover backlogs so we can meet our statutory duties and deliver on your strategic plan. Thank you.
All right, so we're approving an increase to the building staff by, I'll call it 0.4. But we don't require our taxpayers to pay for it because building fees are adequate to cover it. All right, Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Through the mayor, to our CBO, how would this affect, I understand how this affects the immediate, the budget discussions for next year. How would this affect our budget for future years if we were to maintain this position?
Through the mayor, all building department costs are covered through building permit fees collected through building permits.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Two questions. First one being, how much is this driven by provincial legislation as far as the demands made for personnel? That'd be my first question. And secondly, I know that you're saying with the building cost increases, that's going to cover off the wage. We are losing a contract employee, so that would free up that amount of wage as well too. So is that going to leave you with a surplus in your department?
Microphone.
So the first part of the conversation is the building code allows us to hire the staff required to enforce the building code, which is part of the requirement of a full-time deputy CBO. What was the second part of your question again?
You said that the cost
microphone.
Oh.
You said that the cost recovery would come from the increase in building permits, and I was saying that we are losing a full-time contract employee retiring, and his amount of wage would now become available. What would we be doing with that money?
Through the mayor, that is covering the other portion of his wage. So the 55 is the increase for the cost of the full-time. So the contract wage covers the rest of the wage required for that position.
Okay, so there's really two things that are going to compensate or cover this wage, which is that employee no longer being here, plus the increase. It's the two together.
The current fees we collect will cover it, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the understanding.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Couple of questions. So first of all, do you have a candidate in mind?
That's a personnel matter.
I'm not asking who it is. I'm asking, do you have somebody identified?
We have discussed succession planning, which would enter somebody that is currently employed with the municipality, yes.
So it's an internal promotion is what you're talking about, as opposed to bringing in some new blood, correct?
Correct. And if you were aware, unfortunately, it's very hard to find qualified building inspectors throughout the province.
Okay. Just one other sort of point. So really this position is around 100K. when you put the two numbers together. And so even though the fees cover it, it still comes it's a cost to the township to pay that salary. It just is defrayed by the fees that are collected. It's still on our salary expense line. Just want to know that, so it adds to the bottom line. And thank you for answering my questions.
Director Radigan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Cooper. The building department is technically enveloped on its own. So although it forms the overall budget, there is no impact of whether it's the revenue or the expenses on our tax levy. It is entirely enveloped. It's mandated by the Building Code Act, and any surpluses or deficits must come from their own reserves, hence why they have a reserve fund and not just a reserve. So there is no ongoing impact on the tax levy, and nor should there be. Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship.
Clarification, please.
Certainly.
Does that include paying rent for the office space taken up?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council, there is an internal interdepartmental journal entry that we do at the end of every year, which does take into consideration space and shared services that the Building Services Department utilizes.
Thank you.
If only all our departments were like that. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I guess my question back again to either our CBO or our Director of Finance. I'm feeling thick on the ins and outs of the dollars on this. I think similar to the questions asked by my fellow councillors, if the salary is covered by the fees of the department, and in the overall budget, have we increased the expectation of fees for the building department? And I'm only asking because we have a $55,000 increase in our service enhancements. But if that's already covered, shouldn't we be really talking about a zero increase in the service enhancements? Because this isn't going to increase our tax levy at the end of the day.
It is a rather unusual item.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko. So I had Deputy Treasurer bring up the building department slide, which outlines in the past few years, they always have to balance down to $0, meaning if they have a surplus or a deficit, it must always come from their reserve. So you'll notice there is a service enhancement of the 55,245 in the second last column. And we're still zeroing it out at the bottom. That's because we're taking it out of the building reserve. And ultimately, the reason why this is coming to council, regardless of it having not having an impact on the tax levy, is that it's an increase in FTE. Ultimately, we do require council approval to increase our FTE from what was originally a part-time included within our operating budget to now a full-time position.
Okay, thank you.
Is this suggesting that the building department in 2024 went in the hole almost $250,000?
No.
Well, that's what it looks like.
Sorry, can I just clarify one thing? When we originally posted the deputy, it was a full-time position. It just so happened that when we ended up hiring, it turned into a contract 8-month employee position.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council. I know it appears that 2024 appears to be a deficit, but you may recall when we presented our financial statements, we had to defer permit fees as a result of a new PSAB requirement, and they are now being put back into the 2025 actuals.
Okay. Totally forgot about that. Thank you very much. All right. Well, okay, is Councillor Predko finished? Councillor Bocek, please.
Question is to our planning department. Is there an allotment or a budget amount for the education that would take to bring a current employee up to the deputy standards?
Through the mayor, I don't believe we'd hire a deputy if they weren't already qualified.
Oh, there you go.
But there is a training line on their, in their budget.
Okay.
All right. No more hands. All those informally in favor of allowing the building official, deputy chief building official to become a full-time position. I'm seeing I've seen more than enough hands. Okay, at no cost to the taxpayer. Now, the next one is a cost to the taxpayer, and that's the addition of a recreation coordinator for almost $84,000. Operations is going to speak to that. Please go ahead, Director Engel.
I'm just pulling up a slideshow. Through you, Mayor, to Council. I was originally going to discuss this as we've received direction from the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee to put in for a rec coordinator and heard about that from other areas. I want to bring it back to more of a personal note and look at it as this role in the community as a whole. A rec coordinator organizes engaging programs and events. They connect people through inclusive activities. They promote health, wellness, and active lifestyles, and foster a sense of belonging in the community and a sense of pride. This is one thing that we struggle with in this area. As many of you know, I moved to this area in April of this year. One of the struggles I've found is connecting and becoming a part of my community because we don't have community-based programs and we don't have recreational programs. So it's very challenging for those new to the community. It's challenging for those that are migrating from living here just in the summer to living here year-round. And we're seeing a lot of younger families coming to this area that can't afford housing in areas like Barrie and Aurelia. And we're lacking in program for these individuals. Right now at the Baxter Ward Community Center, we have 2 hours of fitness classes weekly. We have no evening or weekend classes. Our facility is very underutilized, and we'll be looking at later what we're paying for this facility. The major programming we have is run by the district, and it's 1 day a week for children's programming and 1 day a week for seniors. There is no youth programming. MacTier Community Center, which is also part of the arena, we have 3 hours of fitness classes weekly. There's 1 day of shuffleboard. There's crafters. This community is a little more involved in bringing programs through. There is no seniors programming through the district, but there is children's programming. And again, we are completely lacking in youth programming through that facility. As I said, we can see the benefits to the community as a whole. We see healthy, more active individuals. It boosts mental well-being. It encourages that lifelong fitness, especially when we start bringing together those youth programs. It attracts visitors. It strengthens community engagement and volunteerism. It fosters social connections, inclusive for all ages, and creates a sense of belonging within our community. So my call to action to you is to invest in the health of your community with a recreational coordinator. This position will develop and support volunteer-run programming, build virtual fitness programming like yoga, Pilates, HIIT, dance, chair yoga, and develop youth programming and drop-ins. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Buchanan, did we not have a position like this in the past, like years ago?
Through the mayor, it is my understanding that there was this position in the past. That was before my time here, though.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Council, comments on a recreation coordinator. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think this is probably one of the most valuable additions to this township. I've been in this township a long time and knew the past rec convener. And there was so much value to it. We have a big soccer field over at the community center where there's been no soccer ever since the coordinator left. Same with lacrosse. Arranging to have the rinks watered by volunteers so that we can have hockey and skating outdoors is a real benefit to the kids. We've seen a trend with our youth because they're not occupied and their hands aren't being used. They turn to other things that they shouldn't be doing. Let's put it that way. So from a youth perspective, I think this is absolutely a must. And for seniors like myself who need exercise, everything was run privately in the past 8 years over at the community center. And it was hard to get people to come in and do the exercise classes. So I support this 100%. And I sure hope that this position will really work hard on finding volunteers for a lot of our different sporting events and the maintenance of a lot of our facilities, because it's really needed. And there's other reasons beyond this that I'll probably let some other councillors talk about.
Thank you. Councillor Petco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I would also agree that I think the messaging that I hear and I have heard since I got on to council was that our communities really need a recreational coordinator to help not just provide programming, but for engaging our youth. So whether it's a full-time resident youth having idle time and there's concerns about negative behaviors in some of our communities, but there's also our summer residents who have in the past taken advantage of programs that were offered by, and not just offered by, but by coordinated through the township. I think the original coordinator position was eliminated, assuming that township residents would be able to rely on volunteerism to facilitate. And we've seen a lot of that with our pickleball courts, where very active volunteers have taken the mantle up and gotten these programs going. But we've also seen a decrease, especially across the seasonal population, where activities that happen, whether it's swimming lessons or tennis courts or basketball fields, we're not getting people out the same way we were before. And there are a lot of kids who are in the summertime that could benefit from connectivity and activity. And especially our seniors. We have an aging population. We also need to be serving them summer-wise and through the winter with different activities. And if we can get some virtual programming going, that would be great. And I would also love to see a North versus South pickleball tournament, if we can get somebody to coordinate that too. So, and finally, the MAC tier refresh day that the community got together and talked about all the priorities and things that they would like to build in that community. The one thing that they came up at the top of the list was a program coordinator to help them with the community initiatives that they have from a day-to-day basis with keeping their kids engaged. So I can't see that this is something that we can easily do without. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I certainly hear what my fellow councillors are saying in terms of the need for this and for our Director of Operations, and I support it. I will say that I certainly hope if we move with this position that we will work really hard on volunteerism, because we have many communities that are very active, and it's all volunteer, all leadership, everything paid for. If there's any costs, the community pays for it, not the township. So that concerns me. We continue to think that Big Brother has to do everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, volunteerism has suffered since COVID. There's no doubt about it. And that affects everything right across the board. I'm anticipating that this coordinator will increase usage of our facilities, which in turn will increase user fee bottom line for us. So I think it's a score all the way around. We need our facilities to be used. They are assets that are a significant burden on the community, and if we can increase their usage, ultimately that will help with the offsetting the cost of them. So yeah, I'm keen on this one.
Thank you. All right. Informal vote time. All those who are inclined, are you voting?
No, I'm asking if we could have a recorded vote on this item.
So you want this as a separate item? All right. Councillor Predko has asked for a recorded vote on the recreation coordinator. So I've moved by Councillor Predko, let's say, and seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the 2026 service enhancement budget items be received as presented, and the council recommend adoption of the recreation coordinator position at a cost of $83,792. Clerk Way, it's over to you.
Let the record show Councillor Predko has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-all.
Thank you. Final item, water quality program. We have $100,000 in the budget, and this is proposing another $100,000 to get us to $200,000. Madam CBO / water quality guru.
Wouldn't go that far. I do believe Councillor Hazelton is going to present on behalf of the Water Quality Working Group.
Well, that's very informative. Councillor Hazelton.
That's so exciting. Can I share my screen?
Did he just freeze?
My internet connection is unstable. Oh, look at that, just in time.
Sure is.
Can anybody hear me, or am I?
We can hear you. Just give us a bottom line and we'll raise hands.
Okay, so the bottom line, yes, surprisingly, internet isn't as good as it should be here.
Okay.
So no, don't need 200,000. But are you hearing me, or is this people are freezing on me here?
Councillor Hazelton, may I make a suggestion? Sometimes if you turn off your video, it allows the audio to come through clearly. If you maybe try that for a few minutes while you need to speak. We do love seeing your smiling face.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Much.
I'm going to have to
Yes.
complain to my
better.
son
Thank
about
you.
his rotten internet here. Okay, so the net is, we don't need another uplift of another 100K. What we need is about 35K. The Water Quality Working Group discussed it, and we felt that an additional 35K would cover what is needed for the program for 2026. No?
Okay, thank you very much. So you're suggesting a net tax impact of $35,000 above the already booked 100,000.
Yes.
Council, any questions, discussions, or what have you? Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And I'm not sure I'm going to pose this question too, but I'm a little confused because as far as water quality goes, we had a deposition here a month ago with a biologist from Chesapeake Bay. And I thought there was an amount of probably 100,000 allocated to that. And then we have 100,000 that is proposed for SSEA. And then we have another 35,000.
No, when we had the water quality presentation, we knew that there was already 100,000 in our budget, and council voted to add up to a second 100,000 for 200,000.
So it's 200,000 plus the hold for SSEA, or is that
the SSEA is a completely separate
completely
matter.
different? Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cooper, please.
Very briefly, water is the biggest asset we have as far as I'm concerned. And this is a really important thing for the health of our community and not just people, everything that lives on the land. So I'm very much in support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, informal vote. I was getting somewhere, CBO.
Just some clarification, because I'm not sure if it came across when Councillor Hazelton was speaking. The amount on the service enhancement is proposed to be reduced to 35,000.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So all those in favor of a $35,000 enhancement to the existing $100,000 funding? This is for informal. All right. So that's there. So now, having gone through all these enhancements, there was a list of 7. 2 of them have already had recorded votes. So I'm going to read a motion for the other 5. Before the clerk way is messing up it before I read it. Okay. So I have Councillor Jarvis.
Apologize, but just need clarification on the ones. So we're voting on those that are not part of the recorded vote already, correct?
Yes.
Got that? Okay. And those other ones we've already given a straw vote on.
Yes.
And for the most part, they were approved in the straw vote process.
Correct.
That's I just wanted that review. Thank you.
So now we're formalizing the straw votes. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, so I just think it would be wise, since we've done some of this already, we should have a recorded vote.
Okay. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the 2026 service enhancement budget items as part of the 2026 proposed budget be received as presented, and that council recommend adoption of the following service enhancements. 1, council why can't I pronounce that word? Remuneration update of $31,011. Food bank 2, food bank coordinator 0.2 FTE at $9,911. And then 3 would be volunteer firefighters clothing allowance increase of $5,000 to in other words, it would become 9,000 where it was 4 before. And then we'd have deputy chief building official from 0.6 to 1.0 full-time equivalent, $55,245, fully funded by the building reserve. And finally, a water quality program increase of $35,000 for a total budget then of $135,000.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Certainly.
I'm just a little perplexed. Why did we go through the individual votes? And the reason for my question or my inquiry is, given that one of the items identified in the collective vote is something I'd vote against, I would be forced to vote against the rest of them because of the one. So I'm just wondering why we're bundling everything into one when we already went through the formality of taking votes for the others individually. Thank you.
I'm happy to have 5 separate.
All right,
motions.
let's do 5 separate votes because I don't want to spend time fighting this. Okay, can you call on each item, please, Clerk Way?
Yes.
Point of clarification.
Councillor Cooper.
Just a point of clarification. When you read through the list, I heard every item but number 2.
That's already been voted on.
So we're not voting on number 2.
No, we had 7 items on the original list. Items 2 and 6 were already voted upon.
Okay, thank
And
you.
now Clerk Way is, if you will please consider the motion read for all of these items, and then Clerk Way will take a recorded vote on each item.
Give me a second. Okay, the first call for the recorded vote, I'm going to do item number 1, which was council remuneration update for a total of $31,011. We're good, okay. Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Let the record show that motion is carried 4-3. Next, I'll call for the recorded vote for item number 3 of 7 on the list, food bank coordinator, 0.20 FTE at $9,911. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show that motion is carried 5-2. Next, I'm calling on item number 4 of 7, volunteer firefighters, clothing allowance, $9,000, $4,000 previously funded from the existing budget, so an increase of 5. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yay.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is carried 7-all. I'll now call for the recorded vote for item 5 of 7, Deputy Chief Building Official, 0.6 to 1.0 FTE, $55,245, 100% funded from the building reserves. Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Sorry, I'm confused here. What is the net tax impact?
0.
Yes, that's what I thought. I got confused with the other words, but the answer is yes. Vote support.
Counselor Hazelton, sorry, can you just confirm how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Cooper, how do you vote? Counselor Cooper, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show that motion is carried 7-0. Now I'll call for the recorded vote for item 7 of 7, water quality program, for a total of 135,000, increase of 35,000, 100,000 previously funded from the existing budget. Counselor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-0.
All right, shall we carry on to the next item? The next item is, I don't even understand what the next one is. Director Radigan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Kutsier, to members of council. The next item that council will be looking at is what we are referring to as service enhancements, but they are just general operating increases for both the library and the SSEA. I would recommend breaking it out into two amounts, so $395 and the $2,200, which I would suggest voting on it with the caveat based on what we have in
I
the
don't
base
think
levy.
I'm going to call the vote on the SSEA portion because we've postponed the big part. So this is to increase the library budget by $28,299 in regard to salary benefits, their core operation. They want an extra $28,000. And sustainable severance sounds increase is $395. The budget is 13,000, but that it's you'll call it the continuation of that is already in the budget. So this is just for the $395 increase to that. It's kind of a weird way that we do this, but okay. So the discussion, if anyone wants to discuss it, is whether or not we should increase the library by $28,299 and whether we should increase sustainable severance sound by $395, sorry, not thousand. Any comments or questions?
I would ask for a recorded vote on the SSEA matter.
This is not SSEA. This is just the severance sound, the greenhouse gases portion only.
Okay.
This is, yeah.
That's why I misunderstood.
Okay. So the motion reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the 2026 service enhancement budget items provided through agency boards and committees request be received, and the council recommend adoption of the following program increases. 1, increases in salary, benefits, advertising, contractual service, consultants, and furnishings and equipment. I'm going to put in here for the library. Be increased by $28,299, and at the same and 2, sustainable severance sound increase of $395. All those in favor? Wow. If only all our motions were that quick. What's next on our list, Madam Clerk? Okay, now this one may involve discussion. And this is regards to providing direction on the $974,020 additional funding that the library has asked for the 2026 levy for Port Severn Library enhancement. Anybody want to discuss whether we should be adding $974,000 to our budget? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bocheck, please.
Well, I'm very keen to figure out some way to enhance the library experience for the Port Severn community, and feel that the project as provided to us by our CEO of the library is quite, I mean, it's involved, but it's bloody expensive. The option of going with a $25,000 temporary solution in next year, to me, seems much more appealing. I'm just wondering how we can have that in place as opposed to this current proposal, or is it going to be, if we turn this down, is it going to be provided as another option?
Director Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Kutsir, to members of council. At this point in time, there's been no direction provided to staff. So if council does not wish to entertain these three options, it is at the will of council to put forward another motion for council to consider. It would be an increase to the tax levy, though, just to further clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, just been in communication with our board chair, and the $25,000 option that was discussed was brought to council by our CEO is a good possibility from that perspective. So I'd like us to consider that in this at this point in time. I don't know how we include it, but I'd like it considered.
Well, I would suggest that we have our discussion, and perhaps there'll be a friendly amendment to change the 974 to 25,000.
Appreciate that.
I will see how the discussion goes.
Yeah.
Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. So not being a real smart financial guy, which I've made very clear before, this $900 and some odd thousand, my quick calculation would be that would be a 10% increase to our budget.
10.85%.
10.85%. And then you add the 6 and some odd percent. We're looking at a 17% increase in property taxes. I don't think that is going to be accepted by the general public in the township of Georgian Bay. I would love to see enhancements to the Port Severn Library. I don't think we have looked at all the possibilities for the increase in size and meeting the provincial standards. So I'd like to see this continue, and I don't know how this is done, maybe with an in-depth study through the township. But at this point in time, I don't think our residents can afford this. My last question is, can this amount be put over, say, a 10-year period? So it'd be like 1% per year over the 10 years. And I don't know how that works, but I imagine it'd be through a debenture again. Is that the way that would end up?
Dr. Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Kutsir, to Councillor Bocheck. The only option for us to debenture this type of project is if we were to actually purchase it outright, such as for a capital cost. If it is leased, I don't believe we will be able to debenture it, and we will need to raise funds through the tax levy this year.
That's because it has to become an asset for the township?
Through Mayor Kutsir to Councillor Bocheck, that's correct. If we are leasing the portable option, it's not, we wouldn't own the asset, hence we can't debenture it. We would need to purchase it, which would be, I believe, option 3, which is the 974,000.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I guess similar comment that I don't think we can afford almost $1 million temporary structure. especially with the amount of details and information we have to date. And I think I would extend that as well to the $25,000 for the temporary structure or the tent structure. We really don't know, I think, as a council, what the demand will be for that. And what I would suggest is that the library partner with the township in some way to use the community center at in Baxter, in the Baxter Ward Community Center, to run programming to try to determine what the uptake for programming is in the Port Severn area. I think we have a good runway for the library to build up sort of more analysis and feedback from the community beyond surveys that will give us some more hard data in terms of what is required. And I think when the library is ready for a facility, I do think we have to incorporate this into our overall asset management plan, because I know as Ms. Engel is working on the facilities management reports, we're going to have a very large obligation for maintenance and potentially other rebuilding of facilities and infrastructure. And I don't think we can look at this in isolation, that it is a bigger picture that we need to consider before we move forward with anything on a one-off basis. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the resolution. I would like to revise the number from 974,020 down to 25K. And I would like to highlight the fact that in Honey Harbor, we didn't have the Park Landing ground floor a few years ago, and we allocated the ground floor back to the library after it was moved over to the public school. In the process of allocating that ground floor at the library, what we have learned is that by offering the programs that the library has been incredibly engaging. In fact, it's so popular in Honey Harbor that they're actually having to turn people away at some points in time for this program. And so I think what we need to understand from all of this is that the demand is there. We aren't meeting any of the demand right now in Port Severn. There are no programs of any kind for crafts or community engagement, etc. And so the money, the majority of the money that we're talking about here is to support the craft program itself. In Honey Harbor, we had a venue to do all of this, and so there was no need for perhaps a summer tent for over a couple of months. But I see this as an extremely reasonable investment, a reasonable step forward, whereby we can deliver the kinds of services that we've been able to demonstrate in both Honey Harbor and in MacTier that are extremely popular, and the community thrives on them. And this will be an opportunity for us as a township and the library to observe firsthand the use of these kinds of programs. And I want to just kind of point out we want to avoid we're kind of in a chicken and egg situation. Do you lay the egg and then get the chicken, or do you find a chicken and then lay an egg, or whatever? In some respects, this is a build it and they will come. And we're not building anything. We're just offering a program. And we've already demonstrated in these other venues in our township how successful they are. And I think that we need to take this small step and move forward for this service in the Port Severn area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graziano. Sorry, I skipped over Councillor Cooper. I apologize.
Again.
Nice. Teasing. Yeah, so I think a lot of what has been said, particularly just now, I can support a modest amount of 25,000, because I think we do need to test the water, so to speak, and see if we can get traction. I feel there's just absolutely no way that we could honestly go to our constituents and say that we're going to add another close to 10% to an already pretty big figure. So I'm very concerned about that. But I think walk before we run. And I will say this, that I think we still need to give some thought as to what we can do with the facilities that we have. I heard earlier today from our director of operations that there was not a lot of activity, for example, booked at the Baxter Community Center, and I wonder why we can't figure out how to work through that facility to a certain extent. There are washrooms there. There are a variety of different things there. Maybe the tent with that for the time being, but maybe adding to that building might in some way make a lot of sense, or taking over some of the space. Or I've even said things like putting in a mezzanine. You got a huge room there that was very high, and maybe there's some way of taking over a portion of that rather large room. Anyway, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, just as a reminder, what is the $25,000 being allocated towards? Maybe perhaps a question directed at the two councillors who are on the board of the library. Can we articulate specifically what the 25K amendment will go towards?
I'll offer a comment here. So when the library ran the program and embarked on this community engagement, craft programs, etc., in Honey Harbor, where we had a venue in place, the investment was 10 grand, and so that is a stepping stone. So we need to go higher. That was several years ago. And we had equipment and supplies and things like that to get us kickstarted in Honey Harbor. We don't have any of that in Port Severn, and the intent is to have a short-term rental of a tent to give us some additional geography, if you will. But it's, out of the 25K, I would say probably at least half is explicitly for the program. And then let's carve out another quarter for facilities and equipment, etc., needed to run the programs, and then maybe another quarter for the tent. That's kind of a thumbnail sketch.
So I'm going to provide my comment, if I may, through your worship. Port Severn has, if not the largest, the second largest population within our municipality, but has, as we've heard, a very small footprint with regards to its library. I would concur with Councillor Bocek. I think the increase in overall property taxes for this 1 year, based on the requested amount, would not necessarily be palatable for the municipality, specifically within the ward. That said, I do believe strongly that as Port Severn continues to grow, as we continue to release building permits, allowing it to grow, and as full-time residents not only come into newly developed areas, but also convert cottages from cabins, three-season cabins, to full year-round livable solutions, we need to be able to cater to this demographic. So with respect to the 25,000, as Councillor Hazelton articulated, I'd be in support of it. With regards to the $900,000 requested, I would say that the money would be better spent towards a long-term facility rather than a short-term and or a temporary solution. And I would welcome the library board returning back to council with a viable, full long-term solution and a cost, and perhaps in partnership with our director of finance and treasury, to confirm what can be done and how it can be amortized over a longer period of time. But I do believe strongly that Port Severn does need a long-term, larger footprint in the community for or with respect to its library. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, you have an additional remark? I keep looking over there.
I just want to build on Councillor Graziano's comments, and I appreciate them very much. And Councillor Hazelton, just keep in mind, I'm not pushing the big spend on this. I'm just commenting that the big spend would be reduced by funding support from other institutions within the province. I don't think we'd be bearing the full burden of that amount. Just keep that in mind. Not that we want to go ahead with it. I just want people to note that the smaller amount would certainly give the library something to work with and give us a better idea of how the Port Severn community could be better serviced. And we would see that by the reaction to anything we decide to do. And yeah, it would be through the Baxter Ward Community Center in the same way that we've used the Park Landing and Honey Harbor as per Councillor Hazelton's comments. So just keep in mind that in the longer term, we've talked about this a big spend, but some of the funding would be funding available for infrastructure of some sort in that context. So we probably wouldn't have to foot the whole bill, obviously to be determined. And one other comment, based on my discussions that have been held at the library board, the facility that would be $900,000 leasing investment short term could end up being something more permanent. The structure itself could be utilized over a much longer term if we did determine that was a good idea. But that's down the road, just something to keep in mind. That's it.
Councillor Wojcik, you also have an additional comment?
Yes, I do. Two questions. Perhaps Councillor Hazelton can help me with one of them. How many days per week would these programs take place underneath the, in the parking lot, basically underneath the building there? How many days a week would that program take place?
I would love to answer the question. I don't have it. I don't have the answer in front of me, but I can say that the programs in Honey Harbor run throughout the week, and I believe they are more busy on the weekends than they are on weekdays. I think they have a day or two during the week that they go quiet. So I would expect that this would be something that could be scheduled over the weekend, depending on what that community needs.
And my second question would be to our tomorrow would be the lounge room at the Baxter Ward Community Center. As far as renting that out goes, how many days a week would we be renting that out? And is there the possibility of putting this program similar to Honey Harbor in that lounge room at the Baxter Ward?
Through you, Mayor Coots here. We only have consistent booking 1 day a week, which is for the seniors programming. And that could be moved to the gym, or it might be a good partnership with the library as well. So absolutely that meeting room would be available, and I could sit down with the library board and look at feasibility of when they would want it. We also have the gymnasium is open most weekends as well. So we could certainly, the only thing we'd have to watch is that the pickleballers are watching their language.
That's great. I think that's why I thought to the lounge room would be the best.
Councillor Pecco.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So, I'm going to continue on that same line of thought about the community center.
Are we, by the way, is this whole discussion now drifting into petty management as opposed to a budget?
No, it's not. I'm looking for still, my concern is that with a tent structure and what's being proposed, it's a service enhancement, but it's a pilot project, and I'm just concerned that it will become part of the standard base budget of the library in a year or two before we really know what we're asking for. So again, what I'm suggesting is more along the lines of a smaller amount, maybe $10,000 or $15,000 for equipment and program setup, but utilize the community center and not try to build a structure that has to come down or has to be dealt with in the future years. I think we need to start smaller and grow bigger, but I don't want to suddenly
I put
have
up
a.
to into the motion.
Would,
And I've also added with for 2026 at the end of it.
all right, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Apologies, I didn't catch that first part. What did you add to the motion, Mayor?
The motion that I'm crafting as I listen to all this conversation would be moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council provide direction regarding the Township of Georgian Bay Public Library's funding request and provide up to $25,000 in additional funding for 2026.
Thank you. That was going to be my helpful change. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to make a couple of comments and then I'm going to call for the vote. There is no question in my mind that our future, when I say our, I'm talking about the township's future, will include a new library in one form or another in the Port Severn area. I don't doubt that for a moment. I don't doubt that it'll cost us actually more than $974,000 when all is said and done. But I, like all of you, I'm not prepared to approve an amount that has not been fully researched, and because numerous options were being considered, which we have no idea what actually, whether any of them could actually happen. And it's all part of, as was mentioned earlier, part of the asset management plan and everything else. So I think it's very important that the discussion has been initiated. Having said that, I'm all in favor of providing some additional funding for 2026 for the library to try to provide additional programming in 26 for the Port Severn area, which will effectively be a pilot project as to what the uptake is. And I certainly encourage them to work with the township, as I'm sure they will, with regards to our building assets and whether or not a tent is actually needed, and let the details be worked out. I move by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council provide direction regarding the Township of Georgian Bay Public Library's funding request and provide up to $25,000 in additional funding for 2026. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I think now we're down to one additional resolution that I'm going to read and then see what the discussion is. And that is moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Predko. Be resolved that the 2026, good, I got the right glasses on, the 2026 annual capital budget as part of the 2026 proposed budget be received as presented, and the Council recommend the adoption of the 2026 annual capital budget with net capital expenditures totaling $5,184,238 and net capital funding. Aren't we repeating on net capital funding totaling the same amount, $5,184,238? Council, any discussion on this motion? Councillor Hazelton.
Well, thank you. So there's actually several line items that I'm interested in talking about. I'll start off and cover a few, and then I'll let others talk. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight here, and we're dealing with ultra summary information here, whereas our 600-page budget book had all the detail. And even it didn't have some of the detail that I think is important for us to revisit. And so, for example, we have on page 33 of this, where we have the capital budget and the bar charts and so on, and we have a facilities GHG study, and it's $483,000. Now, my memory of a previous discussion we had was that there were recommendations because of GHG that we go to heat pump technology for some astronomical number of $350,000, and the update to our propane system was likely going to be less than 100,000. And I quite frankly can't support us asking our residents to pay that massive difference because of some GHG study when we have other reports that our township is a net consumer of GHG and not a net producer of it. And so why are we burdening our taxpayers with this massive increase to go in this direction? So that was one of the factors that I wanted us to deconsider, if you will. And then on the next slide, 34, excuse me, there are several major initiatives. And I think some of these are initiatives that have been carried forward from previous years that I would say we need to revisit and reprioritize. So I'll comment on a couple here. I'm not quite sure what's going on and why there's $146,000 needed in the Port Severn parking lot, but that seems to be like a fairly big number when there are other things that I think are higher priorities. We have a couple of lines farther down, a new sidewalk in Honey Harbor from the LCBO to the Port of Honey Harbor for $120,000, and yet we've only allocated 71,000 for dealing with the public launch ramp. Again, these numbers are carried forward from previous years, and I'm not sure that our new director of operations has truly had the opportunity to dig in and understand what the real costs are. I understand from her that the public launch ramp is probably going to be a lot more than that 71K, and I have heard nobody suggest that we need to spend 120K on that sidewalk area. I would suggest that spending, if we're going to spend any money, we focus on that public launch ramp area and parking for people. So those are kind of two critical items that I think, well, three critical items that I think we need to revisit. And I do have a direct question for our financial people, and that is we have a laptop replacement program. And who is that for?
Director Radigan.
Thank you. Through Mayor Coutier to Council. I can start with the laptop replacement program, and then I will direct the remainder of the questions over to our Director of Ops. So the replacement program for laptops is it's a best practice that you would see in most organizations. We do have about a $700,000 IT reserve. And so these funds would not be impacting the tax levy. So the idea is to phase a refresh program out for staff for laptops. So we'd be doing it over a 3-year period rather than having them all updated within 1 year. I think, as all of us know, with the laptops that we have now, they sometimes last 4 years or potentially 5 years. So the idea is to make sure that we have funds set aside and we're updating a certain number of staff and not updating every single staff member in 1 year. Thank you.
So this is an expense for staff and not for council. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. I guess that's over to you, Director Engel.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. I will speak first to the parking lot in Port Severn Park. This is deteriorating in areas. This cost is only for a portion of the parking lot. We will be phasing it over multiple years. Because it is a user-paid parking lot, we need a hard surface so we can paint lines, so we can delineate where people are parking, and that gives us more parking spaces in that area. It's just end of life cycle for the asphalt there. For the sidewalk in Port of Honey Harbor, this is a carry forward project, so I can't speak to the original request other than to say we have a sidewalk that comes from Honey Harbor Landing and the core of Honey Harbor where people are able to park, that stops at the liquor store. And then we have a blind curve with people walking on the road. So from a risk management perspective, we should have a sidewalk there. From a perspective of having docks and the Port of Honey Harbor in place, in my mind, it only makes sense to have pedestrian continuity from that area to the stores, to the Port of Honey Harbor, to the library programming. So that is a project that I believe was added as part of the development of Port of Honey Harbor to carry through and continue the sidewalk. In regards to the ramp, you are correct. We may be looking at additional funding. And when we proceed with that project, I will come forward if we do need additional funding. But at this point in time, I am not in a position to request more funding without having better details and documentations to support that.
Right, follow up then?
Go ahead.
I would strongly recommend that we suspend the sidewalk topic and focus on the public launch ramp as the priority. And if we need to eat into some of those funds and defer the sidewalk, that is a much lower priority than solving the public launch ramp matter in Honey Harbor.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. A question in regards to two line items here, if I may. The first is with regards to roads reconstruction and rehabilitation slated for 1.5 million or 1.468754 to be precise. According to my rough calculation and based on an earlier comment by staff citing 90 kilometers of total municipally assumed roads, that is a net 16,000 and change per kilometer. And I'm just wondering, what specifically do we have forecasted for 2026 that is going to assume the 1.468754 number? And my second question, if I may, or perhaps if we want to do it piecemeal, we can get that first question responded to, and then I'll go on to my second.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. We are still completing the roads need study and condition assessments. So that will be, the specific roads aren't identified yet. 16,000 per lane kilometer is very minimal. It's approximately 200,000 per kilometer to convert a gravel road to a seal and chip road. So that one point, we also have not done any gravel work in the last 10 years. Best practice is to be retopping your gravel every 3 to 4 years. So we are struggling to maintain gravel roads through the winter and meet minimum maintenance standards. So a good portion of this funding will be going towards resurfacing our gravel roads and bringing them back up to standards. It is going to be a significant cost because we are making up for 10 years.
And forgive me, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the insight. I travel across Berwick, and that I would be assuming is deemed to be a gravel road, albeit it's not gravel. Can you just so for clarity purposes, can you help me understand what specifically would be done to a road like Berwick, given that Berwick doesn't have gravel on it, rather it's just a dirt road that's municipally assumed?
Through you, Mayor Coutier. Most of our roads right now are dirt roads. They are defined as gravel, but because we haven't topped the gravel for the last several years, we are driving on the structural surface of the road. So in essence, the gravel is the asphalt shingles on our roof. We don't have asphalt shingles anymore. We are on the wood framing and the trusses of our roads, and we are deteriorating those. The asphalt shingles take water off the surface, so it's not damaging, and this is what the gravel will be doing. So this is what we need to do, is get the gravel back on the roads, so we're not banging on our surface, and every rain we have potholes.
Thank you for that. And one additional question with regards to the roads, and then I'll address my second line item if I can very quickly. Ms. Engel, you'd mentioned that there is going to be some chip and seal on gravel roads as well. Can you advise which gravel roads specifically are potential prospects for the $1.468 million requested amount? And is Haskets one of those?
I'm afraid at this time I can't. We haven't had a chance to assess all of the roads and bring forward what we would recommend.
Okay, thank you. My next question is with regards to the Honey Harbor Dog Park for 40,000. Excuse me, the MacTier and Honey Harbor Dog Parks. Is this to create dog parks for those particular areas?
Director Radigan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano. You may recall in 2024, we came forward with a development charges study. And within that development charges study, there were certain projects that were approved and would have been paid for through development charges funding as a result of growth related, as a result of growth, I guess. Those two dog parks were included in there and would be funded directly from development charges. And that's why they are new dog parks that the township would potentially move forward with.
Great, I appreciate that. And thank you. Just as a general comment, if I may, based on the requested amount, I would require further information specifically on the largest line item in order to approve or pass it. So as it stands right now, I can't pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief again. I just would like to sort of reinforce the comments that came from Councillor Hazelton regarding a couple of projects in Honey Harbor. I think it's important to understand that while the docks that are adjacent to the Delawana are very nice, most people go into Church Bay to do shopping either at the store or the liquor store. It's still quite a long walk. I realize there's no sidewalk for a short portion of it, but it's also a long distance. And so I think we'd be wise to postpone any sidewalk work there and work on the launch ramp as has been suggested by Councillor Hazelton. I would definitely support that activity. Thank you.
Thank you. To our Treasury Department, Ms. Malenko.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and through you to the rest of council. The Honey Harbor sidewalk that goes from the LCBO to Port of Honey Harbor, that was identified in the DC study, so it cannot be removed, but it can be deferred up until the next DC study. So we'll have to remain as part of the capital budget, but we cannot remove that item.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to operations. There was always grading of the roads that were gravel roads. It was a yearly grading that took place, and I guess that can't happen now because the base of the roads has come through to the top of the roads. Is that why we're never doing any grading anymore?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, we are grading approximately every 2 to 3 weeks. If we had full road surface, we'd be looking at grading much less frequently. So right now we are grading all roads in the townships every 2 to 3 weeks, and that still isn't keeping up with the potholes that are developing.
Yeah, I've received comments about Toby's Road in Honey Harbor. They said it hadn't been graded in over a year, and that's where this question comes from. So perhaps you could look into that. They even said that there was being some asphalt patchwork being done on that gravel road. So it's a concern of the residents down there, and I'd just like to see that addressed and take a good hard look at that one.
Councillor Hazelton, you have additional comments?
Off mute. Yes, I do. So I don't know who it was that was telling us we couldn't kill the walkway, but we could defer it. My recommendation is we defer it. And I do have a question then for Director Engel, and that is if you were to put a new plug number in for the launch ramp, that we should potentially approve so that you have an ability to do whatever you believe is needed there, what would that number be?
Yeah, I couldn't give you a number at this stage. I would have to go to tender.
So what I'm concerned about is if we don't put a number there today, then we might be in a situation in 2026 where the funds aren't there to get the job done. And so my thinking is, I'll pause and let Jazz educate me.
Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Couture. Through you to Councillor Hazelton. Since these funds have been carried forward from 2025, the funds will have been set aside into reserves. So there is no tax levy impact as a result of the 120,000. The funds are already there.
I'm okay with that. Great that there's not going to be a tax levy. What my concern is that we're in the budget process right now, and I would hate for our Director of Operations to not be able to proceed with what is needed on this launch ramp if the money, if we then, if there isn't an allocation to get the job done right. So that's what I'm trying to resolve here is let's take the opportunity of discussing the budget to allocate the budget appropriately so that the funds are there to do what is needed.
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Hazelton. I do apologize. I was trying to refer to the boat launch. It is a carry forward, and there is $71,000 left. But if additional funds were required, staff would be required to come back to council for approval. And otherwise we wouldn't be able to proceed, but currently we only have the 71,000, which is set aside in reserves.
So if we change that number to 125, and it would be up to 125. And if that was enough for operations to get the job done, then they wouldn't need to come back. Is that fair?
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Hazelton, anything over 80,000 requires approval by a council, so it would come forward to council.
Can you just give me a clarification? I mean, the motion in front of us mentions $5 million. It doesn't specify specific projects, and we know from year to year to year, you can give us a list, but what happens doesn't match the list. Because some projects get deferred and some projects end up costing more, some projects end up costing less. So my question to you is, and I'm fully respecting Councillor Hazelton's concern, my question to you is, how much does it matter if we decide what each line is at this point in the budget? Because all these projects, I guarantee none of them will come to the dollar what you have listed.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Couture, to members of council. That's absolutely correct. It is just a budget. It's our best guess based on prior history and based on what we've seen around in the surrounding communities of what tenders are going for. Anything that does go over budget, we come to council, and it's usually recommended that we pull from reserves. But the idea is to put before council what we believe we can accomplish with the funds that we have. Based on the economy, it could go down or it could go through the roof what the tender is. At this point in time, it's really difficult to come forward with an exact dollar value without having to come back to council or knowing what that could be. But ultimately, if we require additional funds, we would be looking to come back to council and pulling from reserves.
So let me be a pain in the butt for a moment. So what happens if we decide that we're going to take $50,000 out of roads and put $50,000 into a launch ramp right now? Does that make any difference to what anybody's going to do in the coming year?
Through you, Mayor Coutier. So ultimately, there is a line-by-line item within the budget book of what we've requested approval for. So from a PSAP perspective and from the Municipal Act itself, those items are line items that are approved by council. Just because I have a resolution in front of you that is a dollar value, that is related to that 4 or 5 page list of projects, which in behind it do include justifications of why we're doing these. So it does matter if we increase or decrease, we would be coming to council, because when I go to my auditor, she wants to see where's that council approval for your overspending. So that's kind of why.
Does she need council approval for your underspending? Council, I'm going to go to Councillor Jarvis, please.
Well, thank you, and I guess I'm going to sound really confused here. The resolution is for the annual capital budget. It's 5.1 million and change. Where does that fit into what our taxpayers are paying? Does that get added into what we've already approved, or is that part of what we've already approved?
Through
It's actually already there.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis, that already forms the overall base budget that was originally presented. So the increase is the $362,000, I believe, which ends up being 2.99%. So what you are seeing as part of the capital budget is part of the base budget.
So all we're doing right now is looking at the items that are there and figuring out whether we want to proceed with them as they are, or want to change them as per Councillor Hazelton's comments. Okay. I mean, oh, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton is frozen. No, he's not.
Am I frozen? No, I was just sitting still. Yeah, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but for everyone to know, the number that is there for the Honey Harbor public launch ramp was a guess that was put together prior to Director Engel coming on board. And it was a guess based on a few assumptions that turned out already to be wrong. And what I'm trying to understand is, I don't want our Director of Operations to have her hands tied behind her back when it comes to dealing with this matter. And if now is the time where we can take that number of 70K or whatever it is and bump it to 125 or 150 or whatever some number is, to give her an ability to get the job done without extra delays of having to come back to council, then how do we do that? Or is this all just wasted air?
Director Engel, I want to resolve this one way or another. So you give us the answer you want and we'll get it done.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. Well, I appreciate Councillor Hazelton's trying to smooth the process for me. In the end, if we are over 71,000, we are going to be exceeding the 80,000, and I'm going to have to come to council anyways. So it doesn't make any difference whether it's 71,000 in the budget right now for me, or whether it's 125,000. I would still have to come to council and pull money. What it will impact is if we were to say take 50,000 from the roads and put it into the ramp and then not need that money, I can't use that money for roads. It's got to go directly back into the reserve. So I respect and appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't believe it's necessary.
Can I have a follow-up?
Go.
This is on a slightly different topic. One page earlier, this may be for our Director of Finance. I see in the sources of funding of 5.2 million that we have a tax supported number of 2.8, and then we have other sources of funds. So doesn't it isn't the amount that we are approving ultimately driving a tax base impact?
Thank you, Mayor Kuzier, and through you to Councillor Hazelton. The amount of tax-supported budget for the capital purposes of the 2.845 million has already been approved as part of the base budget. At this point, if any capital projects were to change from tax-supported, the amount of contribution is already committed from the operating budget. The only difference that will happen is if amounts are moved to or away from tax-supported in the capital budget, it's going to reduce or increase your overall contribution to reserves in the capital budget. If you do go beyond the amount that's committed to from the tax supported, then we'd be looking at supporting other capital projects from reserves.
Thank you for the answer, but I'm not sure I'm fully clear here. I thought we'd only approved the base budget for operations and not capital. And did I miss something? Did we approve the base budget for capital?
Through you, Mayor Kuzier, to Councillor Hazelton. So we approved the base budget increase, which included operating as well as capital. And that was, if I have it before me, do you have it? Not that one. So when we're looking at the 6.30%, we were looking at 3.22% for our operating and 3.06% for our capital base budget increases. So that totaled 6.3%, which council did approve. Right now we are reviewing the items within the capital budget that have already been funded by your total capital amount. If council wishes to increase that amount, we would be looking at council providing direction in terms of, is that another tax increase or would that be funded from reserves? If council is looking to remove or defer a project, those funds would go directly to increase the reserve contribution.
So all of these major initiatives are already part of the capital budget, the base budget.
Yes.
So academically, why are we even talking about it? I mean,
I've been asking that for the last half hour.
Well, yeah, but it would be interesting to take a poll of the other councillors, but I thought when we were talking about the base budget, it was a base budget for the operating and we hadn't got to capital yet, and now we're in capital, and now it's a fait accompli because we've already passed it. I just find that we should have taken a different path and said we're going to pass the base budget for operations, and then we start talking about capital because it's a totally different topic. And anyways, I just find this very frustrating.
Through you, Mayor Kuzier, to Councillor Hazelton. So the idea is you approved the funding allotment to the capital. Right now you're looking at approving how you're going to spend that funding allotment. So you have this opportunity to look at that.
But we're not, because we don't have a choice of how we're spending it. Because if I want, and I'm just again beating the poor dead horse here, if I want to bump the number for the park landing, sorry, for the public launch ramp, to 150 from 70, can't do that. So like all of these line items here are all fixed. And why are we talking about them?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Hazelton. Every single member of council has the opportunity to put forward a motion to increase or decrease any of those capital items that are listed before you today. That is entirely within council's discretion. All council approved was an increase to the contribution to reserves. The actual spend is dependent on how council wishes to spend it. Staff have done their best job in identifying what and how we plan on spending it and the projects we plan on completing, but it is entirely up to council if they wish to increase it. We would request that they provide us with clarification if they would like to increase the tax levy or fund it from reserves. That is your opportunity right now.
So I have brought forward a couple of things here. I've said, number one, the new sidewalk in Honey Harbor is something we should defer. It's not a priority, certainly, definitely not a priority when we compare it to the public launch ramp. I've heard Director Engel tell us that there's no point in changing the number for the public launch ramp because it would have to come back again later. So I'm not sure why we would recommend any changes to anything here. Like, I feel like we're boxed in. We've got a list here. You just said we can make changes, but I just heard that we can't really make changes because, you know, the big change that I want to make changes on, and I want to solve this public launch ramp topic, but we can't because that's going to have to come back anyways. I trust Director Engel and her comments that it's going to have to come back later. Fine. New sidewalk, hopefully we can defer that. It's not a priority. Whatever, just.
Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and through you to Councillor Hazelton. As you've requested, if you were to increase, and you have every will to make changes to the capital projects that are outlined in front of you, if you were to increase the public launch ramp from the 71,611, which is currently coming from reserves, the difference getting to your 150,000 of your 78,389, you would just have to indicate to us that you'd like to increase that project amount and where you'd like it to be funded from. So if it were to be funded from taxation, you'd just be reducing what the overall contribution is to the reserves from the remainder of what's left over from taxation. If you were to request that it be funded out of reserves, then we just increase the amount funded from reserves by the 78,389. But essentially, yes, you can make changes to the projects outlined. You just have to identify how much and what the funding source is, and then we can determine what the overall impact would be.
Okay, so let's take a different path here. What I want to occur is I want Director Engel to have the ability of solving the public launch ramp problem without finding out that we are short of funds. I don't know how to do that. I'm guessing when I start talking about this, my first comment is yank the sidewalk thing and give us another $120,000 of buffer. Maybe we can do that sidewalk thing in 27 or 28. But then that's 120,000 that could be allocated to the public launch ramp. Is that?
Let's get to the bottom line here because we're wasting half an hour on this. I want bottom line staff. What do you want from Hazelton to propose as a motion to get this conversation over? That's a simple question. What do you want him to propose so that he can sleep tonight?
I think they want me to have network problems. Then I just go away.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Hazelton. We are happy to increase the boat launch ramp and defer the 120,000. We are just looking for council approval or a vote on that.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We got to get this. I'm sorry. We sometimes talk in circles and circles and circles and circles, and every so often my patience runs out. I apologize. Any other discussions on the capital portion, the capital budget? Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the 2026 annual capital budget as part of the 2026 proposed budget be received as presented, subject to the change you're making, or whatever, however you put that. And that council recommend the adoption of the 2026 annual capital budget with net capital expenditures totaling $5,184,238 and net capital funding totaling $5,184,238. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Predko. Seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff provide a final report and bylaws for approval at the December 1st, 2025 regular meeting of council, and that the 2026 budget be adopted on December 1st, 2025. And I refuse to put that one word in the second line.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, would you like an update in terms of where we've landed in our tax levy?
Sure.
Okay. The base budget is 6.30%. The service enhancements are at 2.71%. The boards, agencies, and committees is at 0.6% for a total of 9.61%.
Okay. And that will be subject to council approval on Monday.
Is it possible to find out through the mayor, to find out what the blended amount will be after district?
Councillor Jarvis, was that your question as well? Okay. Wow. Well, I saw the head nod.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to members of council, the blended tax rate would be estimated at 3.69%.
Okay, thank you. All right. The motion was whether that we're requesting. I'll just read it again. Be it resolved that staff provide a final report and bylaws for approval at the December 1st, 2025 regular meeting of council, and that the 2026 mayor's budget be adopted on December 1st, 2025. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved the council adopts bylaw 2025-079 to confirm the proceedings of the November 26, 2025 special council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved the council is now adjourned at 1:11 p.m. until December 1st, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We're out of here until December 1st or whatever else happens in the meantime. Thanks very much.
What's going to happen is weather. Everybody prepare for it, especially operations.
Weather? What weather? It's sunny. It's sunny and warm down here.
Yeah, it's a lovely day, isn't it? Yeah.